I had my mic off. All right, here we go, guys. LCK time. Oh, yeah.
Give the edge to D+ in a lot of series. In a best of 5,
let's
that
roll.
might be what brings us to 5. But Gen.G, even if they just play the most boring,
I'm eating some tuna salad,
they can make it
so sorry about that in advance. Okay, Vibe ban against Lucid. Of course it is. Rumble ban on the red side, particularly against Keen. We take away Smolder from Showmaker, LeBlanc from Showmaker. These are, LeBlanc is particularly a Showmaker ban. Nasus, the perma ban right now, we're taking Maokai away, so Lucid probably going to go to Sejuani or Lee Sin. Or he'll play Lilia or Ivern. Not really his champs, but definitely more meta pickups. All right, we're just prioritizing the Ziggs. Gen.G has just turned into an LPL team. Now we're prioritizing Ziggs. They're gonna ban Leona here. Yep, ban Leona. Ban Alistair. So they're stopping a lot of the engage that Lehens can put in right now.
Not a lot of supports you can play that
banning Yasuo.
With the Ziggs.
Is that really a big threat from Showmaker? Interesting they're banning Mordekaiser from Kingen. Implies that we might want to take Cassante here. Thing is like this is the Trist, the LPL Classic Trist Ziggs comp. It's like incredibly fast push, takes turrets super quickly. Okay, we're taking Corki Cassante. Yep. Keen's obviously a god tier Cassante, and they banned the Mordekaiser, which implies that. And we're interesting that they're taking Poppy here. With other engaged supports gone. Also deals support Poppy will deal well with rel engages. You can also push the MF out of ults. Wow, what a wacky draft. Okay, so we're going Malphite. I don't know about the Malphite pickup here. Really?
Unstoppable. You're unstoppable. You go straight through that nature's grasp and get on top of whatever target.
I guess that's true. You don't get stopped by Poppy W. You can go through Maokai ults, but hitting Tristana or Ziggs seems like it's going to be actually pretty hard for Kingen to do in that backline.
So while I do like this Malphite in terms of the lane matchup and maybe blowing up that single target, I think it's more often than...
The thing is, you don't really have any other dive to set up with it. I mean, you're probably going to fish for a non-committal engage with Lilia ult and then try and wombo with MF and Malphite, I guess. Seems really ult dependent, though.
Not like you were kind of alluding to, going to be a follow-up to the rel. He's 7-1 on this pick since he birthed.
So Gen.G actually has leveled up. It's not like we haven't seen Pays playing Ziggs this year, but I think this is Lehens' whoops. My bad, guys. I think this is Lehens' first game on Poppy. Am I wrong? I think it's his first game ever on Poppy. Yep. Okay.
Incident, which Chronicler was
Koreans go for Aftershock, though. They're not Chads who go for Hail of Blades.
And also the fantastic an insane best of 5.
Yo, Monty, every Wednesday I watch you and Thorin live in the morning on YouTube, but it disappears, and then even if I go to the channel, I can't find you guys anymore. So the way we distribute SI is that we do it live, and then you can watch the live VOD, and then the edited VOD comes out the next day. So just don't close the tab. We don't make it private. I think we just unlist it, the live one. So I just bookmark it or keep your tab open, and you should be able to watch it.
It's incredible in 2022.
The edited version gets rid of the
I believe it was the cane.
Gets rid of the like breaks and everything like that.
Insane best of 5. It always feels like these two make for really fun best of 5. So we could be in for something really awesome, or maybe Gen.G's just that good. Let's see what happens though. As Kingen rather is in a lot of trouble, has to flash, and is also getting invaded. Something really awesome that was played right.
You can also go and watch it on the Twitch VOD. If you go to the videos on our Twitch channel, you can just watch it there too. We don't delete that one or anything.
Make for really fun best of five. So we could be in for something really awesome, or maybe Genji's just that good. Let's see what happens though. As Kingen rather is in a lot of trouble. Make for really fun best of five. So
we're just trading with Qs here.
Or maybe Genji's just
Q3 grabs him.
Let's see what happens though.
Ziggs is here in the lane swap.
Trouble has to flash, and is also getting invaded in their.
It's pretty bad actually. So they're gonna use the Ziggs here to mitigate some of the possible damage from this lane swap by being able to kind of take plates in the top side while still avoiding a potentially bad matchup. Lehens is lollipoppy loose.
In trouble as Pays will be lane swapping as well into this top lane to avoid that really annoying matchup into the Malphite. This will send Kingen straight down to the bottom lane. Lehens going to be continuing to roam here as well as Moham because they know what's up.
Yeah, and you know, if this were a different patch where that top turret was a little bit weaker, the Ziggs would love to be alone.
Okay, so K'Sante here just soaking. They're trying to put pressure onto the mid wave, so Chovy has advantages. Kingen just going to come down to the bot side.
Saying hello, getting some XP.
Support's just going mid a lot right now.
Both teams basically doing the same thing.
And we see Canyon also, because of that topside control, is going to take the Krugs away. So already starting to get involved in the enemy jungle. Moham and Lucid will start to do the same here.
Keen going to be up a level because he was actually there at the start of the game and didn't have to, you know, get pushed out and recalled.
Should be able to take that red buff away as well, as now Canyon's gone back to his normal clear. Let's see how much damage Pays can get done, because yes, there is turret protection here for plates on the top side, but it is Ziggs, and with his passive, he is going to do a lot of extra damage. There's a huge wave as well. Just keep clearing these red side minions and then just absolutely crush that turret. I still think the bottom side will get a bit of an edge here, especially with the numbers advantage they have down there, but Pays should still be able to get a lot of value here before he goes back to the bottom lane. But advantage D+, as you alluded to.
Okay, so he's just leaving early. Lehens is doing some scouting on the bot side. He does actually see that Lilia's there, so there's 4 people for D+ on the bot side of the map. Maokai actually just continuing to clear on the opposite side, so they are gonna, they're gonna try and TP in. So it's Pays. Oh, it's Pays though. I forgot. I'm dumb. Good play. I mean, this is an advantage that you can have with Ziggs and the lane swaps, obviously. Which is like go back by tier and then TP in. So actually pretty solid advantage here.
I think they probably got one. It's covered by the Malphite right now, but I would assume, yeah. One does go down. And the Ziggs teleport.
They got one, but it went on to Keen, I believe. Just Keen. The plate.
Go TP. They can't punish because there's a Poppy there. So if you try to engage, she just steadfast presences, and the turret damage at this point in the game is just so high. Lilia can't offer any additional CC, also very squishy. So it's a good timing to come down there and TP. And now that Aiming has taken that opportunity to back, we'll see if Pays can start putting some more plate pressure down here onto the bottom side. Aiming bought a cull as well with that back, so just cashing in on the fact that this is going to be probably a very quiet lane for him. Not going to have a ton of kill pressure here, just wants to hit those spikes a little bit faster.
Yeah. Very excited to see Chovy back on Tristana. He was really good at, well, I shouldn't say was. He is very good at canceling pretty much any CC in the game, including Poppy's ult. He can just pop out of that, apparently. He is one of our mid laners that has
Love
really
some tuna
said,
salad.
Yeah, the Tristana
Delicious.
nerfs happened. I do not care at all. I will just play this if it makes sense every single game, and he really has bought into that and has made this champ still look incredibly busted.
Yeah, and it's the macro of Genji that really empowers him to make those types of plays. So we'll see Pays come over here and add some poke damage in. Lands threatening, so they will end up getting a lot of control here. Canyon looking to do this dragon potentially on start. And, I mean, they have a lot of prio, obviously. And Lilia is backing. They were able to identify that, or should be able to. They know the top side of this jungle. In the grand scheme of things, they get this first objective so quickly that now they can contest for the top side objective as well.
Yeah. Ocean Drake early, always going to help out. Also feels good because now you know there's no Ocean Soul in the game.
Yeah.
It is Infernal up next. And
it's alright, I'll be
really
Chemtech for sure.
Drake mostly going to help out Keen, I feel like, in this matchup against the Malphite.
Every time he gets hit by now, trying to clear some vision. but won't be able to make a play here topside.
Okay.
Nothing Lehens could do about him either, but get some
Just gonna stare at each
here.
other. Support already
And
rotated
mid-wild,
up. Push
kind of
for
dead
D
even
plus
right
in the
now.
mid lane.
Massive rotation from Mohawk.
Wow.
Gaming is just
Pei's
sitting
actually
bottom
going
lane.
for this.
They don't know where Pei
I'm actually
is.
surprised
They
he's
know
coming
he
in.
doesn't teleport, obviously, but he is walking up to contest Grubs.
Yeah.
And Gen G want to get everything. They want to get both sides of this.
Yeah, I mean, they got that Drake, as you mentioned, with the Grubs. So important.
Wow, they're really going for it. Kang's only level 4.
He's gonna have to flash this one.
Oh! Huge play by Lehens. Huge play by Lehens. Oh!
Yeah, I mean, they got that Drake, as you mentioned, with
Lehens too good.
for their comp as Lucid.
Look at that Q. Keen comes in. Lehens just flash ease. Oh, beautiful. And he gets taken away by the Cassante. Oh, and the Ignite. And they get his flash out. Mwah. Love it. Where's Kingen, though? How is it possible that Keen is here before Kingen? What is Kingen doing? He's just pushing this into turret? He doesn't feel like coming and helping out his team? It's crazy that they have priority here in mid and top, and that this is allowed to happen.
So important for their comp as Lucid in a bit of trouble. He's going to have to flash this wall, but into the wall he goes, and all out and over the wall as well. The Ignite comes in, Lucid flashes for no reason, goes down, and Gen Z will get first.
I used to think tuna was a protein cheat code, then I randomly saw a video about not maxing out mercury in diet. Look, if you eat it occasionally, it's fine. Just don't eat it every day. And it is a protein cheat code, by the way. And especially, I make tuna salad with, like, not only mayonnaise, but I mix mayonnaise and Greek yogurt. Delicious.
He doesn't have flash, but he's trying to get in range. He's a level 3 Poppy, and he just soloed a here now. Should be able to force it. There's the ult, but now Lehens.
So W for movement speed. E into wall does extra damage. Q, and then auto. And he had the buckler up too, which does additional damage on the auto. And then the Q2 kills him.
And he just soloed a level 6 Malphite. I mean, obviously, Kingen was very low, but man, Kingen not respecting and not flashing away from that one.
Yeah, I feel like could have definitely flashed earlier. Absolutely could have ulted earlier. And just wanted to hold those tools. As Chovy should be able to get out of here. Yeah. Talked about his buffers earlier. And now, 2 Grubs to a Ziggs. Yes, turret plate protection topside, but again, it's going to feel so helpful. Ideally, would have liked
salmon is greater than tuna? I don't know about that one.
Is going to be massive.
They're both delicious.
The last fight, as soon as they scouted that there was going to be a heavy contest, he stopped his back. You can see on the minimap and does push forward, but only gets 1 plate.
Monty's cracked a poppy looking at that. He's now searching for a Yordle.
All out and threw it before he could flash. If he flashes earlier and avoids the all out, he's probably fine there. But then flashes during the Ignite and dies anyways. And then Pei's just layers so much damage here onto Kingen. Great satchel. Kingen slowed as
Very
well.
weird awareness by D plus though, like very strange comms and calls there. And why is Lucid on there? He just got abandoned by his solo lanes.
Yeah, you got a flash right there.
Did I see Cyril versus Clem? No, was it good?
Instead, just dies Giga Chad, I guess.
But he has flash still, Valdez, so that's, that's the...
Yeah. I mean, he'll have it for the next fight if they do fight. And if he holds on to his flash and says, well, I gave a kill to Poppy, that doesn't really matter, but I can make a big difference in the next fight with flash ults. Maybe. Maybe we can say, okay, worth. All right, Kingen, but, we'll have to see that fight actually happen.
No, there's 2 amazing scenarios here for Gen G on this next Dragon. Obviously, picking up the Infernal itself will be a huge boon stats-wise for their composition, especially with the Grubs they've already picked up. But if it goes from this Infernal to Hex Tech, it's like actually so insanely strong for them. If it goes to Mountain, also very strong for them. They have a Poppy, they have a Cassante. Everything right now going Gen G's way. And Aiming's going to get chunked out of the lane.
BB Doc here wrote an essay on 500 Days of Summer. Hey Monty, just finished the up on 500 Days of Summer, and I found it hysterical and on point with how I've always felt about the movie. I think so many people like it because they felt it somehow validates their feelings about a prior relationship where they felt misled or had unrequited love. When in reality, the movie torpedoes its own messaging and is probably just the grotesque brainchild of someone who randomly realized Summer and Autumn are both girls' names and forced a movie about it. That movie is such trash. Holy shit.
Something you can do on Ziggs against immobile 80 carries. Generally, it happens later on in the game.
I thought we did a great job with that 500 Days of Summer episode. God damn, it was painful watching it again, but it was cathartic just dunking on it.
Won't be able to do much to avoid avoid that damage.
I hate that movie so much.
Yeah, we'll be able to continue to ult him the beginning of fights and just say...
Okay, MF ult used to clear out wave bot side, but I mean, the plate taking is going to start pretty hard here. I mean, Genji really committing to getting the grubs makes sense because like their value for a, you know, for 4 grubs is huge with this composition, right?
This game is, you know, it feels like on one hand it's still relatively early, still relatively even, but on the other hand, Genji have gotten some really big advantages for their comp so early. And the big question is, can they get the second dragon? Because if they do, they have so many ways that that goes extremely well for them. If it's a Chemtech Soul or a Cloud, you know, it's not the end of the world, but half of the Drakes they could get are just so insanely good for them. So chances are pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like the Cloud as well, you know, it's not amazing for their comp, but also just if they're able to stack a couple of Cloud Drakes, like they already have so much disengage, like how do you get on anyone as DK? As we have an all-out on the top side, King in. This is supposed to be a counter matchup, but well, at least he's got Flash and he has
Jesus. Oh my God, he has to use Flash too.
He's coming on in. He's getting revenge. Well, not revenge, but he's looking to double up. And
I mean, they're just rotating top again for grub spawn. So, I mean, there's no hope. Now Genji gets 4 to 5 grubs. And they get turret. Man, their lane assignments are just so good, Genji. I mean, look at this. They push out. They don't actually get greedy. And they don't go for anything on the bot side of the map because they realize that the real play here is to get like 4 or 5 grubs, you know, and then they'll have like 3 minutes to push with Void Grub buff, and they can come back and get those plates later. So instead, what they do is they pull out, like MF has to ult bot side.
And
Wave gets pushed up. Ziggs goes back.
So many.
So much disengage.
Ziggs doesn't even have to use TP, but, you know, Keen actually just forces this trade ult for ult, which is great for Genji because King needs his ult way more. So, and he has to flash. So no ult, no flash. He does have TP, but he gets delayed here, and it's 10 seconds until Grub is up, and there's virtually no play that can be made. Meanwhile, you know, King just going to go back. He's going to go bot side. They're going to kill the turret. They're going to get grubs.
Bam. 450 in his pockets. Down here with Demolish, they will be able to get a turret in exchange, and they're getting the dragon.
Do you think that the scene in Jurassic Park where Dr. Hammond talks to himself in the orientation video means he was going to do that every day for the rest of his life at the theme park? Yes. Dude, he was obsessed with that theme park.
Ziggs getting accelerated is all
that guy was on a massive ego trip. He wanted to be there in every tour, dude.
The dragon, I feel like
he wanted to be there.
For a Ziggs is actually more valuable than the solo Drake.
Yeah.
Lehendra's going to come over here.
I absolutely agree. I feel like this is a consolation prize, which is really weird to say about one Infernal Drake, but especially in the
okay, the nightmare begins. 3 minutes now with plates still up and Void Grub buff.
Huge, I would say, for both sides. We'll see who can get more of those Drakes and who eventually gets the soul, if it even.
No, but it's a ride. He was going to sit in that room every day, multiple rides per day, saying the same thing. Look, we don't know that. We don't know how many people are going to come through. It could have just been 1 or 2 rides per day. And yes, he would want to be there, at least for the start of the park. Dude, he would want to be there shaking everybody's hand, everybody telling him how great it was. Come on.
Early, but...
I don't know. This just
they would have charged, like Gennaro said, $10,000 a day or whatever.
Go for the turret. Go for grubs. That's way more valuable to you than that solo Drake. And it could have been Chemtech Soul, and then you'd be sitting on 2 dragons going, we could have had some.
Besides, Shimmers, you didn't think of the obvious thing. If they can clone dinosaurs, why can't they just clone Richard Attenborough?
More Ziggs money. We could have had way more power in our Tristana.
The really insidious thing was that they were going to clone John Hammond, and then he would turn into a woman and start breeding with himself.
It's just so decisive. There's never a moment where you go, well, that turned out really well for Genji. It was planned from the beginning. It was planned 3 minutes ago. Every rotation.
Yeah. Really does feel like, you know, starting with the draft, Genji having the higher seed, they get blue side pick for the first game. I don't think that DK are going to take too many risks in game number 1. Yes, they have the Malphite, but I feel like that's all right, especially given we've seen it before into the Cassante. But I do wonder if they will try to get a little bit more funky as the series goes along, especially if this first game just ends up being kind of a straightforward win from Genji. But we're not there yet.
No, not yet.
It's not too much action, so.
D+'s comp comes online not in these early skirmishes, but when we actually have 5v5 fights and they can wombo and combo, as you said, with this Malphite, with the Rel, with the bullet time. There is no way to deny the damage from the Misfortune if that actually comes to pass. You know, they don't have a Leona, they don't have a Wind Wall, they don't have a Braum. So if the combo hits 3 people, even 2 people, and aiming gets a big ultimate off, the fight could just end there for D+. There's just so many ways to mitigate that, to peel against that for the side of Gen G. That's what makes you most concerned. I feel like we shouldn't count our chickens before they're hatched here because D+ have such an explosive set of champions when we get to a 5v5. If Moham can pull the trigger, when he's got that flash up, always be wary of how hard he can engage in some of these upcoming fights. Again, we're still a ways away from those.
Okay, so Ziggs in the mid lane.
Tristana and a Ziggs.
And we're just splitting into bot side. 30 seconds to take more plates. They're actually not too far ahead.
Yeah.
Gen G, that is.
Looking pretty comfortable in this 1v1. Yeah, this is going to actually be pretty important, especially as we're at the very end of the plates being up. Chovy trying to get one more. I don't think he's going to be able to.
Nope, no plates,
would be
okay.
Nice. Still able to do a nice chunk of damage to Showmaker. Also is a level up at this point in time. I'd imagine Showmaker should be pretty close.
Yeah, no doubt. Looks like Showmaker's going to back here, and Chovy holds his, expecting that, or rather, Showmaker backs. Chovy thought he was backing, and then he's like, and then decides not to back. Thought maybe he was going to go for some additional pressure on that turret, but there's no plates as they fall off here, so decides to ultimately push another wave and back off. TP to the top side, and they're going for Herald. Ziggs plus Herald plus Tristana plus 5 grubs is a problem that D+ needs to somehow solve, and King has TP.
They're not solving it. It doesn't look like they're really.
All right, this is just a PvE game from Gen G. Very nicely done. They're just winning via lane assignments.
So they elect to choose option C, which is to, well, do nothing about it.
None of the above.
Yeah, and Gen G will say, okay, thank you very much. We'll take that objective, and we'll use that with the Ziggs and the Tristana.
I mean, consider Lehens is level 6. Moham is trying to get over there, get some information. He's pushed away. There's so many ways to warp team fights.
Was the Matrix in contention for money shot selection? Richard hates the Matrix.
That's probably a pretty good way to win the team fight straight away. You Poppy'll Keeper's Verdict 2 players away, or the jungler away. Okay, you don't get your combo. You don't actually get the setup.
But it could have been an option.
It just doesn't work as well. Gen G just have this amazing comp that feels both standard, but also so strong into what D+ have that D+ just don't feel like they can contest this Herald. But without contesting it, it's going to come at a heavy price, and that is going to be the mid-turret almost certainly going down as a result of this. Can just drop that and the satchel down, and it will just disappear.
Yeah. Chovy going to get to work clearing out this wave right before the dragon spawns. Probably going to back and look.
LCK banger day? Yeah, I know. It's good. It's great.
He's trying to set up for it as well. They'll let the Rift Herald go.
So he will be able to join at a moment's notice. Showmaker can match that. As fighting for vision is what they gained by giving up that Herald. This is the first opportunity for that combo fight for D+.
And before T1 not making Worlds, T1 will make Worlds. I'm not worried about that.
Canyon going to avoid the stun.
I don't think they're going to lose to what, like KT or whatever.
Feels like Gen G's comp, the one thing that
I don't think so. Or BNK Fear X. I don't think that's going to happen.
Right? But there is going to be a lot of hard engage from the side of DK that they will look to peel from, and they do that excellently. But will kind of rely on Gen G not getting chunked out too much.
Canyon's got his passive, heals up a little bit here. We'll drop the Herald on top of Raptors. That will eventually get here to the mid.
Without sounding like a mid-2000s Brooklyn hipster. That was me, buddy. What was actually one of your favorite bands from that time of your life, excluding the Smiths or the Shins? Well, the Smiths wasn't really... That was pre. Like, if you're asking me which of those bands that I really enjoyed, like actual hipster bands from the 2000s, Arcade Fire, TV on the Radio, the Front Bottoms, the Hold Steady are still one of my favorite bands.
TP from Showmaker, try to match and handle this.
Yeah.
Also,
Do I find Portlandia an accurate representation? Dude, Portlandia is so funny. I think it's great. And yes, it is very accurate. I'm seeing the front bottoms in AC. What's AC? Is that Atlantic City?
Match and handle this.
Yeah.
Also, Kingen returning to the bottom lane, picked up Merc Treads. I mean, this fight is everything for D+. They have no control.
So, Chovy.
But I'm a huge Hold Steady fan. Huge.
He pops out right in front of Showmaker. Now he's in a really awkward spot. Pays is going to flash that ult. That is huge that he avoids that knockup. And now Kingen so far ahead of his team, and nobody can join him as the MF ult hits pretty much nothing except Keen. Down will go the top laner. Aiming, though, is going to get that kill onto Lahens, but it's only Lahens. In goes Canyon. He's alone as
let's see how this sets up. Pays gets kind of caught here, has to flash Malphite ult, but Malphite ult now down. Trying to push Malphite backwards. Poppy ult takes out Lilia. But the thing is like they hit that, but because it's a root, right? Because they hit the Maokai ult, she actually doesn't get her channel canceled. So Keen ends up taking a fuck ton of damage. Zig's ult to kill Malphite's pretty funny. Chovy, get out. I don't know what the point of this Malphite pick is. I don't either, considering that Trist and Ziggs both have escape mechanisms. Also, it doesn't really matter if you kill the Ziggs.
Pretty split for Gen G. Sure, Pays gets the flash, doesn't get hit by the Malphite ultimate. Malphite's fairly tanky. Lahens is caught.
Oh, it's peak time for fake Radiohead fans. That's true too. The fake Radiohead fans who are talking about Kid A and OK Computer, insufferable.
Maybe, but yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a pretty clean fight here for D+. You know, at the outset, Canyon, right, he got healed back up. This is a fantastic flash from Pays, and then, yeah, Kingen is getting mauled, but look at how split everything else is. Like, sleep on to Lahens, caught by the bullet time. Keen eats a ton of damage in trade, and then aiming. It just has so much protection. Chovy goes up here on his first jump as Showmaker rips through the back line, which in this case is just a very, very low health Cassante, and Chovy's just never able to get a reset.
This isn't really a hipster band, because like I don't even think even hipsters really knew about them, but I'm also a big fan of the weaker thens. Basically for me, like the Hold Steady, the weaker thens, and the front bottoms are all kind of grouped into, you know, the white people who can't sing but have good lyrics, which I enjoy.
You actually do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely do. That fight was very close.
I like Franz Ferdinand as well.
Dragon. It does look
I like Franz Ferdinand.
Continuing with the pressure, they get that mid tier 1. Keen also getting to work on the bot tier 1. So they're going to have all tier 1 turrets taken down early on. The 5 grubs really helping out with that and their composition, which we've mentioned many times. And so Genji will maintain a gold lead, but could mean good things, especially for DK, if, you know, maybe they can gain some confidence. They say, hey, we can fight into this. There are ways to deal with this.
I mean, the fact that they won a team fight like that they dictated the pace of, you know, pushing Canyon down to low health.
I don't really like the magnetic fields now.
Chovy off. I mean, Chovy kind of split himself off with some of that Rift Arrow play we saw there, but he wasn't able to make the impact he would normally have on Tristan in that moment. Gives you hope that even without that perfect wombo combo, it's still winnable. Even when the Ziggs flashes your Malphite engage and Kingen is basically worthless in turn, he's just a damage sponge, you can still win that team fight. Makes you feel like, it gives you confidence that this D+ comp can win even when the ideal conditions are not met. And if they are met...
No, are the magnetic fields too polarizing? Haha, good pun. No, it's just that kind of rock, like Wolf Mother, magnetic fields, I just never really got into it.
Maybe there's a real fighting chance for them in this game, because the gold lead is only sub 2,000 here. And that Corki hasn't hit the 2-item spike just yet. Stacking that tier right now. Chovy, on the other hand, has his Flicker Blade online. Ziggs sitting on the Seraphs right now, which I know might make a few people unhappy, but does also tech in the Oblivion Orb.
I think it makes sense into this comp. There's just so much wombo combo. If you get caught by that, you want that extra shield. But King's just going to ult away. And now this Maokai ultimate getting huge value. Moham trying to crash down away from the team. But here comes Chovy and the rest of them. Genji on the chase. And
yeah, Koei and Cambria, like another one I never got into.
Way to get away. Canyon going to lock down a kill. Lucid super low. he's gonna get assassinated the team, but here comes combo. If you get caught by that, you want
Okay, we're trying to chase here. They see no Malphite ult, and they want to try and go into this, so they use Poppy ult right away, try and slow up Moham. Lots of ults down right now, but Chovy's actually just able to start chunking people out. Does have W back up. This is actually a good play on MF by aiming. He's holding his ult for a long time just to counter.
He did go slightly too far forward, eats a bullet time to the face.
Went a lot better, I think, for D+ than I expected after they did overextend there.
Thing is that they can never actually get, you know, Genji immediately splits. They don't over pursue, and they just start pushing out waves again. And it's just the constant state of pressure is just so annoying. That's why you can't give up Ziggs Tristana. I mean, this shit. It is known that you can't do this. We saw this at Esports World Cup. This is the shit that top esports was doing at Esports World Cup as well.
But instead, it's just a Maokai ult, which forces Malphite to ult in return. Boom! I think for a half second was like, do I actually re-engage on this team? Like, they're on top of me, I'm fairly tanky. Maybe I get a Magnet Storm with the bullet time combo. Does not do it, but it's actually Luce who sets up the sleep here, and then the Maokai of Canyon goes down, so they trade one back in that retreat. Still a huge win for Genji, though, and no damage really done to the turret, but yeah, it was just a decision that I can't really fully understand from D+. Wanted to just not sit back and be passive in this moment between objectives, but really just got hard punished.
Yeah. So now we're looking at a second Mountain Drake fight on the cards here, but again, times in pro, DK I'd say to enter.
It was a very just methodical game by Genji. Constant pressure. Oh, he caught Moham.
He's getting engaged on, and now it is a rel, so it looks like Genji.
You know, I do like this though, because Moham was so good on rel in the last game that Lehens just debuts the Poppy, which, you know, they weren't going to ban, so they didn't want to ban the rel, but they had an answer to it prepared, even though Lehens had never played support Poppy ever before. He's looking really good.
And if they see the Malphite just running straight at them, they know how to deal with that. So yeah, DK just not really going to be able to get in on this dragon. So that first one, the first Mountain Drake will go over towards Genji.
Look at Canyon's positioning.
Yep, he's got a very nice angle on this one. He is going to throw in the ult. They try to get on top of Toby.
Well, he didn't buffer that, but they don't have damage, so he doesn't die. Oh, yeah, he does die. He got hit by the sleep. That was actually a good play. It's a very good turn. I mean, Chovy, buddy. You got flash. Can't be getting hit by that, because the whole combo then hits him right afterwards. I mean, it's a good flash ult by Kingin, but you know, Chovy. Can't be dying like that.
It is a trade that DK will enjoy, and now they're just looking for Canyon, who is also just kind of on the run, doesn't have a way to get out of this one. Is able to slow up a couple of guys actually with saplings, and is incredibly fast. So he's just going to run away from them.
He's phase rush Maokai, so we'll be able to get out of there pretty quickly. Yeah, definitely could have been a lot worse there for D+. Canyon was set up for the ultimate there, but they did not expect that turn.
What would you pick in place of Malphite?
So we look at this.
Bar, maybe?
Oh, man. Like, D+, did we not learn from last time? Well, they're tracking Canyon here. As soon as this ult goes down, Kingin just instantly flash ults Chovy, giving him no time to react. He's then slept, and there's nothing he can do to get out. Tries to flash out, but now he's also down flash. End up losing Moham because he was trying to peel on the left side there.
Yeah, he shouldn't be positioned like that, and if he is positioned like that, he should be ready to flash the W buffer out.
Bit disjointed there from D+, but what a snap call from Kingin. And what looked like
it was tricky from Kingin, though. It didn't look like he was going to engage, so.
Completely disastrous fight for D+ as they once again overextended to the mid-turret.
Yeah, could have been, but instead, DK maintaining pretty much parity with Genji. I mean, yes, they're down 2,000 gold, but at the end of the day...
That's true. Camille's a good choice.
They've got this really...
Camille would be a good choice.
They've got Aiming, who is the gold king, I'd imagine, at this point in the
thing
game.
is, Camille into Cassante, you can just get ripped out of your own ult by Cassante, so that feels pretty bad.
They've got a couple of carries, and they have fantastic setup for them. So at the end of the day, if Genji don't have the perfect setup, there's still a lot of ways for DK to win these fights, as they have showcased. We'll see if they can continue to make things interesting here in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think this game is 100% winnable for them. They still haven't even had that good combo. I think the biggest challenge is getting map control, getting vision control. They need to win some sort of trade up, not just a 1-for-2 or a 1-for-1 or some exit kills on a dragon. They need to win one decisive fight that lets them go get deep vision into the jungle. Then their comp can be both strong in setting up combos, but also oppressive. And that's why they've committed so heavily to this mid turret, because theirs is down. And now TP coming through.
And there's a flank, and they're just kind of being squashed, aiming in a very awkward spot. As nice ult from Moham just to collapse this fight. But now the Ziggs ult comes in on top of aiming. He's just on the run. Kingen also
Dude, the number of backwards Malphite ults this game is actually ridiculous because they're never in position. He's had one like offensive ult. Otherwise, it's just been Malphite's getting caught out, right?
But now the Ziggs ult comes in on top of aiming. He's just on the run. Kingen also has to ult away. Meanwhile, Moham's just dead once again on the left side, trying to just peel for the team. And he does that, but he also dies.
Yeah, 3 for 3 on D+, trying to get the mid turret and getting punished. At least the second time they were able to turn it into a successful turn with Kingen, but this time no such luck. They want that mid turret down so desperately because that can allow them to set up for some aggressive picks. But now TP coming through from Keen, and they are starting up this Baron. Lucid has flash, but I mean this is.
Oh, there's no Maokai ult here.
Doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult.
Kingdom doesn't have ult though. They can't do shit.
No.
They have no ult. This is what I was talking about, it being ult dependent, guys. Like ult down, ult down, ult down. They can't actually engage. They cannot engage. So it's just a free Baron, just 100% free.
And it's just free for the side of Gen G. Like, yeah, maybe Lucid could have tried to flip it, but that's really risky. And so it's just Gen G. They get one pick into a Baron. And once again, as you mentioned, just a bit of an overextension here from DK in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, look, aiming is the target. He has a really nice flash here after the stun, and the sleep will heal.
But they have to use everything to keep aiming alive.
Nice sleeps in these retreating fights, and they're also able to ult to the blast cone, get both aiming and Kingen out. But without the rel, that's Baron, because like you said, there's no engage, there's no real vision there. Lucid can't get in there, he doesn't have ult anymore. And I mean, D+, it's just without that mid turret, they feel priced into forcing it, because without it, they can't play the game, they can't play the vision war. But now they have Baron against them, so guess what? I don't think you're ever getting it back. And maybe your prediction about not going to Seoul could come true if Gen G win one more decisive fight. I mean, the push power they had in the early mid game, and then the 5 grubs coming through was definitely strong. You add Baron on top of that, and these turrets are just not long for this world.
Yeah, I feel like a big theme in what we've been saying throughout this game has been a lot about control, and it felt like a couple of fights where Gen G were kind of a little bit wishy-washy. DK found some angles, but the second that they kind of...
I mean, it's game over now that they have Baron too. Like, the Baron is really, I mean, it's just GG. How do you stop the siege here?
And it's
First 3 times.
You know, it's only a 4,000 gold lead, but, you know, it's just, it feels like a 10,000 gold lead because Gen G has just been in control of the pace of this entire game for the whole time because they just have so much pressure with this comp.
Playing Tristana, so he could solo that. He doesn't care. He will have some teammates come over now, but even if they needed to come defend the turret, he would just be able to sit over here, take this one down. Doesn't have teleport, but there's just nothing that D+ could do to punish because Baron buff is up. Takes way more resources for them to clear said mid-wave than it does for Gen G to keep pushing it and maintain that prio. So the teleport ends up being a big whiff here for Kingen. Doesn't get anything done with it. They've slowed this Baron. It's sub 2,000 on the power play right now, but I think a lot of that's because they killed so many of the turrets earlier, to be honest with you, Valdez. And keep fighting for that mid.
Yeah.
They're on.
Just to try to drop some siege damage in. I mean, take a look at the health bars. Lucid and Showmaker very low, but DK do clear the waves.
Triss now has QSS just in case he gets slept again.
They're not going to get it then, but they're going to get it now. So, yeah, you stepped up, you cleared the wave, you stopped it for one wave, but you didn't stop it for the next one.
I mean, it's just so easy to commit ults and grab a turret. That's what Maokai does. Ziggs with Satchel, that's what he does, but he also ults them away so they can't have that magical, miracle, wombo combo. They control over the turret and everyone's at half health, so you engage just a fool's errand as D+, sadly. IE is done for aiming, picked up a pickaxe as well, and he's very strong at this stage in the game if set up for success. But in 31 minutes of gameplay here, we have not once seen a combo from
Well, pretty boring game, guys. Sorry. Not much to say at this point.
Control whatsoever. I said it like, what was it, 20 minutes ago?
Not
15
much
minutes
to
ago?
say
We
at this
haven't seen the
point.
real combo yet. Wait for it, because this
Wait,
combo
we
can
still
work.
haven't, Wolf.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen the
just
combo.
not happening. I just don't know if it is going to happen. It looks very unlikely, because that, 1,700 gold lead has now turned into a 5,400 gold lead.
Yeah. We've been talking about Maokai a lot in recent times. I really feel like that should have been bad on the red side. I think DK are going to have better luck from the blue side where they have Maokai pressure, right? Where they could potentially force the ban out. There's so many weird things in the mid lane that we even get the Nasus ban from the red side, really just clogging things up, and it really does feel like it's kind of weird. It's been a very safe game from Genji, but maybe Canyon is the POG if we had to choose. Like, he pressed ult.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
he played Maokai.
I feel like it's between him and Lehens. And maybe Keen could get a shout out because he had some really fantastic ults and some good plays. Set up a lot of the stuff that happened on the top side.
It just feels so suffocating for DK to play this. Like, they were just playing into DK, and there was action abound. I mean, every game was insane. It was just never ending.
Thank you, Uber Blacktar. Welcome back. Monty, you watching LPL finals today? We'll stream those next week probably.
Silent but deadly. I mean, like, the turrets just.
I'm gonna have to do some more LCK when I stream on Sunday, but Monday, Tuesday, somewhere in there, we'll get to the LPL finals for sure.
But it's a very strong item into D+'s comp because he knows the one way they lose.
One of the DK players is a werewolf. Here is the werewolf break.
He got caught once. He's like, that will not happen again.
No more sleeps on me.
No more sleeps.
It's very defensive itemization as well from Genji.
I do like how Pays just has the spell shield now to be even more annoying to Malphite. Jayaj, thank you for your tier 1 subscription. Jayaj? Sorry, I'm butchering your name probably. Thank you very much. Oh my god, the backline damage with the Ziggs ult. This champ is so dumb. It just nukes your backline for free. Okay, go Baron. This time they actually do have to be careful because Sleep and Malphite ult are up, so they actually have to zone here. But they have a Tryst, so they can just two-man Baron.
There's not a lot of vision around it. Moham trying to get in. Canyon and Chovy just trying to two-man Baron, but they will respect, and they will back away for now.
This is the most risky Genji has played, I feel, this game right now, right here.
I want a few to get it correct. Nice. Jayaj, thank you.
See Jonah Strong, he's like zooming in on
HLE Dorn is definitely the werewolf.
Simulator for Pays, and Keen looking for angles while DK try to set up for some kind of wombo combo.
Yeah, they're so well split. Look at Genji's positioning. You can't hit multiple members with the Magnet Storm here. Bomb is trying. He's fishing, man.
Yeah.
It's not his day. He might come home empty-handed.
Violence! Wow. Thank you for subscribing. Are you still in touch with Papa Smithy? Of course, man.
So well split. They're so respectful. And Chovy's just like, all right,
Talk to Papa very frequently.
Here we go again.
And DK, it looks like they don't really have pressure to go for a Baron, so they got to try to fight for this dragon.
I saw him in Korea when his team was here boot camping for MSI.
Around the mid lane, Kingan's getting a bit low. Keen trying to frontline. Here comes
I love Richard, but how can you hate on Matrix while liking The Beast Must Die? Well, here's the thing. I think he understands you can like things while understanding the flaws in them. So I think he just like he talked about it in the Beast Must Die episode, like it's part of, him growing up like with his friends, so there's a lot of memories in that, and like it is a funny movie. I can understand why you might like it. I think you can like things while understanding they're not great. That was the whole point of the Spit Roast arc. I mean, same thing with me with 13th Warrior. I don't think the 13th Warrior is great cinema, but I like it. I think he just thinks The Matrix is overrated. He hates the script for The Matrix. I don't know. I love The Matrix, so it's whatever.
Here comes the Nature's Grasp, and now Kingan just so far away, the three-man knockup, and now the Rel comes over the top, takes down one, and Keen is in the backline, but he might go. Comes the Nature's Grasp. This dragon, Chovy.
Now I've got enough prior to solo.
So they have to stop Soul here because if they get Soul, it is truly GG. Ziggs recalling for mana looks like they're just trying to push them out. Okay, so Chovy has to leave. Ziggs needs to TP back in. He TPs back in mid-turret. I'm laughing because the wombo combo onto their back line was pretty intense. Like, it looks good. You're like, ooh, yeah, they're getting a ton of damage with the MF ult, but look at this. Giant circle, and Chovy's just here. He's like, it's time to go to Reset City. Kablamo. They all have to flash, by the way, but they still get hit to 50% HP. Lucid then actually has to just use arm guard, and then he gets taken on a ride by Keen. And Chovy just goes into Reset City.
Finish off the team.
Barely. Too many threats. Massive.
Silly and Aiming's got a big death.
Yep.
And then gets jumped on, all outed. Like, you know, he had his moment.
Okay, they get Mountain Soul, they get Baron, and the game is over. Very, very deliberate game. A really well played game by Gen G. No big whoopsies or anything like that. Like, extremely dominant game. Extremely dominant. And they just played it as safe as possible. Sure, it was a 37-minute game or whatever, but that doesn't matter because they were just choking him out the whole time.
And they can barely even survive in the fountain at the end. Gen G.
Usually you see games end earlier than that, but it was really deliberate, just getting the soul, controlling every objective.
Since that very first game against BNK, Chovy certainly will have an answer.
Okay, so we're switching sides this time. Will be Nasus' first pick. Remember that we did see D+ play the Nasus pick against Showmaker play it versus BNK Fear X. Nasus E, super strong right now. Three points in E allows you to clear caster minions and farm extremely safely. It's still technically a flex, can go topside as well. And we have Nidalee ban versus Canyon. No more Triss, no more Azir. So Rumble taking out Smolder LeBlanc. So they kept the Smolder LeBlanc bans. Now we're going to get the Maokai again because they don't want Lucid to have it. And it's just a strong pick.
Because it's so
yeah, I mean, the thing about Nasus, it basically is
so
just
they banned. It's interesting that they banned. I guess they banned Azir first. Whatever.
It feels like in the mid lane, and then
Corki,
the side lane
maybe?
is very strong in the 1v1. So
Or
it's a
Ziggs.
really
We're just going to
strong
take
pick,
Ziggs here.
But you're giving them Maokai again after game number 1.
Maokai holds people. And
Yep, the Ziggs is there. Okay, Vi is up this time. That is the Lucid specialty, but they really want the MF to try and bully out bot side. Maybe they'll actually get in the right lanes this time. Okay, you have Ivern. You're building a pretty strong front line if you're D+ Kia. Corki?
Chovy looks like you might just be interested in playing
Corki Ziggs is just... This is ridiculous, by the way, guys. This is like the LPL Exodia. Maokai, Ziggs, Corki. Because the team fighting you get with those champions is just absurd.
Get some distance. You can just use it to avoid the Wither. If it looks like Showmaker is going to try to be aggressive on you. The main thing about the Nasus, though, is just because you know more again. Dig deep. I think that was his decision.
Okay, taking out supports this time.
I feel like Nautilus would have really been good into this, but
I don't think so either, but okay. It is good into Corki. Top ban, they will just ban the Cassante anyways. Seems like the most.
Surely you're picking support here, right? What are we pairing with Ziggs now? The Schlitzcrank? Oh my god, Lehens is at it again. He's up to his shenanigans, guys. I mean, I love it because Lehens it's like his pocket pick. He always pops off on it. He's great. You love to see it. You love to see it. Also, why is Blitzcrank being picked? Well, first off, there are going to be a lot of brushes that you can just kind of grab into. It prevents them from hiding, especially if you like can just slap a ward in there and use that timing window before they kill it in order to get a hook. MF is clearly going to be very vulnerable to blitz hooks. Nasus will be as well. Now, whether you want to pull Nasus in is another story, but
you kind of know where they're going to be.
You can isolate them, and you can also set up for blitz pulls by, using Maokai ult first.
Yeah, Ivern isn't, he's got Daisy, which is going to block some hooks and stuff, but the MF not going to feel too
in response, and you can't flex this because you are blue side, so we'll be looking to see something.
Not sure I love the Olaf here. I think Olaf is better into like MF or Ashe compositions.
Crazy, but I mean,
with the Garen over.
It is a pretty strong
Because
pick in the
Ziggs
most
and
champions
Corki
in
at least can
top
get
lane
away from the
punish.
Olaf. I mean, it's
Because
pretty.
they
You
have
can
Ziggs,
chase down the
okay,
Ziggs
they
for
can't
sure.
play Kennen here.
Like
I just
Satchel
don't think
Charge is not
that's
going to save you.
an option. Maybe Gnar is
And you
what
can't
he
hook him
looks
either.
for. Just try to use range. I think
Maybe he plays Rise.
Yeah, I mean, Rise is actually a good shout, but again, it's too much magic damage in this comp, and you have a really strong
Also, just shits on shields, so that's a good point. Blitz ult
team
will
that can
clear
build a lot of
shields
MR. If you go too hard into that
from
magic
Ivern.
profile. So maybe just GP or Gnar here, or Garen.
Garen! Yeah, just play Garen instead.
So it's Nasus mid, so they're going to
Of
play
course.
Garen mid? Okay, I love Genji, all right? I love Chovy, and I especially love Keen. By the way, they were ready for this. You know, they didn't ban the Nasus. They baited out the first pick Nasus, and Keen's like, I can play Corki. I'm Mirwin. You know what I mean? He actually has become Mirwin Keen. He can do anything he wants, by the way. And this is going to be a mid Garen. Okay, so why is it mid Garen versus Nasus? Why would it be mid Garen? Well, here's the thing, guys. Garen Q breaks slows. Right? Garen Q breaks slows. So if he gets cast Wither on him, you can just all in. You can just all in the Nasus. That's actually really funny. Nasus actually low value here. Why are we blinding Nasus? Like, I think Nasus is good, but is blind Nasus good? Like, Nasus is strong right now because his E is very strong at controlling waves, and because he has W, Wither is really good against double AD. Because if you Wither an AD, not only do they get down to like 99% slow at max W level, and usually you do like, you know, your build is like 3x E into W max with like a point in Q so you can farm. Right? Goes to a 99% slow and like a 70% AS attack speed debuff. Right? So this is why we use it into double AD compositions. But
now,
we're blinding it.
Waves,
and now we have to
just
deal with
answer,
Garen.
Spin through the minions, clear that yourself. Silence is very valuable, actually, in the laning phase. It's difficult for Showmaker to all in this Garen. You can stabilize there quite well. You still have the Ziggs composition that's very, very strong in the mid-game of pushing down turrets and making an impact from a long distance away. Ziggs bomb plus Garen.
The Garen is hilarious, though.
Champion. Yeah, I do like that. And then, you know, consider that it is that melee matchup, so you're not really losing anything with the Garen going mid.
The thing is, Chovy is also just insanely good at melee mids. Remember his Cassante arc?
Mentioned earlier, Urgot, another pick that he's picked up a ton in
The thing is like Garen walks up to you. If you press W on him, then he just presses Q, breaks this, he breaks the slow, and then he silences you, so you can't do shit.
Extremely difficult to punish. That's a Corki. How are you going to gank the Corki with an Ivern? I just don't think that is something that's realistic here, unless he makes a huge mistake.
Yeah, I am excited to see what the Olaf Ivern dive looks like.
Does it also get rid of the attack speed debuff? That's a good question. I don't know if it matters because Garen can press E. But the thing is that, let me just look real quick, guys. Hold up. Okay, Wither says Nasus slows them by 35% and crippling them, which gives them attack speed debuff. That's what cripple is. But the crippling them is by 75% of that amount, both increasing every second over the duration. But it says, I wonder if it's linked. So if you don't take the slow, does it actually still... Both the slow and cripple from Wither are considered to be a single debuff. Therefore, slow immunity will prevent both, even without technical cripple immunity. So yeah, it does break the cripple. It does. It does break the cripple. That's so... It's actually so broken in this matchup.
We're going to get in this one because I would imagine we're going to get it somewhere. Maybe Genji just opts into it once again to deal with the MF early on with their Ziggs. Yes, that is Chovy playing mid Garen into Nasus.
What do you build on Garen? I think you need Stride Breaker.
Welcome to the Unibank Summer
I don't really know what you build beyond that.
Number 2.
Ride hype train. A lot, not in the LCK. I'm sure
we will get the pop-up eventually.
Hasn't been that long.
It hasn't been that long. It did get played at some point.
But not in mid lane, I don't think. So
no.
It was, so I think that one will be a mid first and a Chovy first as well, obviously.
He gets to add it to his list of unique champions that he's played.
Yep.
That's always fun.
Look, it doesn't. Yes, he wants to know, do I want to spin through this or do I want to slap Showmaker with my sword and make him quiet?
Is that really a slap? It's more of like a...
I mean, look at that broadsword. It doesn't look very sharp, does it?
Yeah,
Nasus is just like,
it's like
please,
a
please don't E on me when I walk up to kill
looks like a
things with
sword you
Q.
give a child to play with, you know?
Yeah.
Plastic lightsaber.
It's made out of foam.
Yeah. But obviously we'll go for the E first there. But was waiting to see what Showmaker would do. It clears the wave.
Yeah. And, you know, blind
Olaf also just going to get pooped down by top Corki.
Generally
This is like a good checkmate from Genji. Love this draft, actually.
Where am I, Wolf? What's happening?
You're sitting right next to me
Oh.
on the English caster desk. Koreans are over there. Look behind you, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
We're on the D+ side. We're at Lull Park.
King and very
yeah, so
sad
blind
right
Olaf,
now.
the reason why I felt like this blind Olaf pick was kind of okay in the outset was just because that cannon pick that seems like the best is, yes, Garen mid debut.
There it is.
And we will see Chovy added to his unique pool, I imagine, the next CG.
Man, they were so ready. I mean, they were ready for the Rel pick in game 1. They were ready for the Nasus pick here in game number 2.
Cannon isn't the only way this can be countered. I feel like Nar would have felt pretty okay into this. And the fact that this Garen pick has been being played so much by Chovy, like, this isn't a surprise or shock to anybody because it's been going around through solo queue, just like Nasus was going around for Showmaker on his stream and stuff like that. But this was like being tweeted about by everybody. It was very known, this pick, and then it just allows the Corki to go top, which ends up being a comfortable matchup when you have an Ivern. If you had a stronger ganking jungler, 4D+, you might be able to actually punish that Corki. But he is
That's a good point. Some Tang Wung.
Now, look at
The Garen also good into Olaf, right?
He needs to hit that root, and then maybe they could do something. But if Keen just Valkyries it, then
I mean,
he doesn't care.
Also, Kingen is just not really a champ, but he does have Ghost. There's the Valkyrie. Keen will flash straight into the root, and the Olaf's on top.
Unlucky.
Keen is just so dead. There's no way to get away.
Oh, unlucky.
Now, if the flash were better, he probably would have gotten away. But
It is a bit silly, though, by Keen, because they actually did have information about Ivern's pathing because Canyon finds him here. And so he just doesn't respect the timing at all. That could be like crab into top gank.
I mean, he doesn't care.
Also, Kingen is just not really a champ, but he does have Ghost. There's the Valkyrie. Keen will flash straight into the root, and the Olaf's on top.
I don't think he was getting out of that, though.
There's no way to get away from that one. Now, if the flash were better, he probably would have gotten away, but instead he just dies. And Lucid sets up first blood here for Kingen. Oh, wow. Now, if the flash were
The
better,
betrayal
he
of
probably would have gotten away,
the
but
betrayal of
instead he just
Moham.
dies. And Lucid sets up first blood here for Kingen.
So Moham tries to block this, so the flash is actually just unnecessary.
And now, instead, Moham is able to flash in front of it, and he will have to give his life for
Now they lost 2 flashes and a kill instead of just losing 1 kill. Like Moham could have just not flashed and died there, and Aiming could have just not flashed.
But it's still just a kill for Genji.
Yeah, just a kill goes over. It's picked up by Lehens. As Chovy is dominating this matchup, we keep watching it. And, you know, Aiming, on one way you might look at it and be like, wow, he really did Moham dirty. Flashed away and Moham gets hit instead. So I'm guessing this is when it was locked in. I'm not 100% sure the context of this. Now, Keen Valkyries first, and that gives Lucid the opportunity to hit him with the trigger seed. The flash angle, if he had gone up, then maybe he doesn't actually buy enough space there and gets caught anyways, but I think he probably would have been fine. And down here, really nice satchel as well after the grab. Still has Hex Flash, so it doesn't feel that egregious, but now down 2 flashes in the bottom lane. Hazelhens didn't have to use anything for that.
Yeah, it's 2 flashes for done, and they still got the kill, so pretty brutal.
Lucid gets a kill, topside onto Keen. He's still up.
Play a melee champion that has wave clear. Garen's going to outdo Nasus 10 times out of 10. Spin to win, and immediately the wave is just cleared, and Nasus. Down he goes, now Keen trying to Valkyrie away. Remember, he doesn't have flash. He's going to go down. Double kill here for Kingen. As now trying to frontline with the Garen, but out comes Daisy and Genji. Gonna have to abandon ship, but there's another route that comes in. A triple kill for King and Zoloft. And Aiming's just farming bot the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge win for D+. I mean, they surge ahead, 2,000 gold. The advantage here, 4 kills on the Olaf, as this pick just keeps on slamming them down in these early games. I mean, we had a penta on Olaf in that previous round by Zayas. But, you know, engaging on the Olaf, like you said, when he has ult available, just seems like a silly idea. They could have played a lot more respectfully there. Pays didn't have ult, which is really huge going into this fight. So yeah, he's here and Aiming isn't, but you're a Ziggs, so you kind of have one rotation of spells, which he doesn't even use because he isn't there, as you say. It's just a really nice turnaround here. They really just didn't want to give D+ any of these grubs, but engaging to try to stop that was
Pretty bad that this Olaf is getting huge, though, because he'll always be able to kill the Ziggs, I think.
Everybody could just follow up on the Ivern. It is massive. You have a melee composition with the Nasus and the Olaf. Look at this glacial. No flash here for the Corki. Slowed, taken down. Well, that's it. But then, and look at them all just melee's like, whoop! That's Ivern, baby.
Yeah.
And we talk about the brushes a lot, but we don't often talk about the fact that you can just instantly right-click on people and get on top of them when they get caught by that. And D+ fans going wild because
running at him. Now Kingen, I don't think he really cares. And Genji are just not respecting the Olaf at all, as now finally Garen doesn't care about with
his ult had actually
just kind of running at him. Now Kingen, I don't
just
think he
ran
really
out.
cares. And Genji are just not respecting the
Look at that timing on his ult running out to hit Satchel.
We're gonna have a Satchel to deal with this.
I mean, he's got Ghost. Gotta respect this champ.
Yeah. At least the ult doesn't last for too long early on, as now, that knockback on a Lucid stops the hook from coming in, but it doesn't matter, as it's still going to be the kill. And now Kingen, no Ghost, no flash, no ult.
W back up.
Get away now, as this is going to be a huge shutdown. They're going to give
Massive shutdown, trying to give it to Keen.
As eventually, surely, okay, he does take him down. 600 gold and a free turret down on the bottom side.
It's all fun and games when you're getting plates topside for Aiming the Gold King until your bottom side is left out to dry. And as much as we said, they should respect King in there, because it's true, he has Ghost, he has ult. If he uses those tools, then he's diveable. And now the Satchel's going to come through, and that is going to be first brick for Genji on top of the shutdown. And we see a 2,000 gold swing back.
Total assists rate ranking. Lahan's #1. Amazing. Assist. Play a lot more games these days than they did in the olden times, though.
Now into their favor, as Lahan's will also pick up his 5,000th assist in that moment.
Yeah.
And Lucid also with another unfortunate flash here. Because, look, Kingen used all his tools, and you're still pushing up to try to contest Dragon here. You don't have the numbers advantage.
Oh, no.
And he's caught, pushed back like you mentioned. The Maokai route coming out as well.
They said first to 5,000. He's the first support to 5,000. Faker is, there are some junglers and mid laners on that list too. Faker #1.
Flashes for the play. A much more high-value flash than his opposition on the other side. They give the kill to Keen. So the Corki gets 600 gold injected. And, just like that, things turn around.
Yeah. And, DK, they did get that top turret. Aiming is still the Gold King. He picks up his BT. They maintain the lead, but as you mentioned, I mean, it's just so much gold.
Fat Gorilla still 6th is insane. Yeah, especially because he played in Europe.
I think it was a bit of a surprise.
I mean, he played a lot of games.
There, right? But obviously they knew he wasn't topside because they were pushing the turret there.
Can we dive a Garen?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
Does it dive?
We're going to figure it out here at the LCK. The answer is absolutely not.
Not even close.
Maybe with Lucid. I think with Lucid, follow-up here, probably a get him. Maybe. Well, that's going to be an axe to come in. There's the root as well. Jovi in a bit of trouble. And the knockup comes in from Daisy, and finally they do take him down. But
dive on the top side, though, onto Showmaker. Showmaker ulting.
Next question, this one much easier, although a lot of damage did go into Canyon.
Give it to Pays. Now we can transition into Grubbity Grubs.
For 1 here. Kingen taken out as well.
Get ourselves 4 Grubbity Grubs and a buff.
You couldn't kill him the first time because he cleared the wave. Chovy in the bottom side. Kill him
Is that a
second
Garen?
time.
WTF, it's mid? Yeah.
Big hole in the top side for his Ziggs. Demolish is gonna proc.
Yeah, I mean,
That's it. You guessed it. It's gonna be another turret for Genji.
Keegan killed himself in the tower dive?
Gonna be an axe to come in. There's the root as well. Chovy in a bit of trouble. And the knockup comes in from Daisy, and finally they do take him down. But now counter dive up on the top side. Can we
Wait, oh, he must have gotten turret aggro.
And the knockup comes in from Daisy, and finally they do
He must have gotten turret aggro from the kill, and then he
down.
stayed
But
there.
now counter dive up on
He
the
tries
top
to run
side.
out.
Can we
Oops.
dive Nasus? The next question, this one much easier.
Do I remember correctly you have 2 kids? I do have 2 kids now.
There's going to be a kill going over to Pace.
I had
So
1
it's
kid,
being a 2 for
and then in
one player.
January, now I have 2
Taken out
kids
as
as of
well.
January.
And I mean, you couldn't kill him the first time because he cleared the wave. Chovy in the bottom side. Kill him the second time. When you leave a big hole in the top side for his Ziggs. Demolish is gonna proc.
Yeah, I mean, this
That's
is the
it. You
thing.
guessed it. It's gonna be another turret for Genji.
Yeah, I mean, trading turrets against the Ziggs.
I have a second one coming soon. What do you find the biggest adjustment going from 1 to 2? Oh man, number 2 is so much
Not the
easier.
best idea. They make it work, but it doesn't feel like they're trading up in any way.
Because you
That's
like
another
know what
turret
you're
that
doing
goes
this
over
time, and
Genji.
it's like
And
you know,
fight
your life is already adjusted to having kids, so it's not that much harder. The shitty thing is just the lack of sleep again.
That's part of why they're able to take that turret out as quickly as they do. Like, we're showing Chovy's first-person view here.
The shitty thing is like
Why they're able to
when you had
take that
one
turret out
kid, the lack of sleep, you could like
as
take a
quickly as
nap
they
when
do.
the baby was napping or whatever.
We're
But
showing
now you have to
Chovy's
deal with a
first-person
second
view
kid
here.
while you're really tired from the baby. That's
And
the
he makes that call.
the
Those are the
shittest
pings
part.
on the top side
But
on the minimap
it's not
instantly.
that much
As
different.
they go through and make the play. King and dies here.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even realize he died.
Yeah.
Okay.
He goes down off the call, and those are the pings on the top side on the minimap instantly. As they go through and make the play. King and dies here.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even realize he died.
Yeah.
Okay.
He goes down off camera, but
Little
did take
bonus
that extra
kill.
turret shot, so it's just not ideal here. And then obviously root into hook into Popo.
Didn't think about the Maokai Blitzcrank synergy.
Maokai, he kind of just works with anything you have to aim. He says, no, you don't.
Yeah.
Not when my ult's out.
Reminder that they gave Genji Maokai Ziggs again, and they first picked Nasus when Chovy is a known Garen mid abuser.
Yeah.
Didn't seem like I gave him a little pass in game 1. I think.
Yeah, but the thing is that they thought they were clear because Corki had been picked, so they didn't probably know that Keen could play top Corki.
But then they blinded
So
them off.
D Plus did get
They
fooled
able to
here.
flex. And once again, Valdez, even
I mean,
though
they
you have the
saved
Ivern on
Garen
your
Garen
side,
for
there's no
R5,
flex, you can't
and then
see.
flex the
It's a little
Corki
bit
top.
scary on
So
that. You don't have control.
it was just a really good draft from Genji on the red side. But it did appear, even though they first picked Nasus, that they were going to be in a Nasus Corki matchup, and like
Very expertly pointed out. And he
I
is
think the
rapid
Olaf
on
makes sense if they're having trouble with the Ziggs in the back
I thought
line.
that when they banned Italy, they were going to first pick Maokai. I thought that would be the idea, but it didn't happen. Lahen's going to get rooted, but well, he's decently tanky at least. Going to hook in Daisy, give some extra gold over 50 for him.
comp. Just gonna go
Well, press R, drop a hook, pays not even needed. Drop.
required. And
Yeah.
Showmaker once again is in.
That's the thing, the setup for the picks. You just Maokai ult from a screen away, grab him, keep CCing him over and over and over again. He just belts.
Drop a hook, pays not even needed. Drop,
Plates. What? So
but did not elect to.
Showmaker, but they obviously had to go really deep to set that up. So somewhat forgivable.
So the goal deficit has been
Let's see what they can get done with this. because
eliminated by Genji now, and now they can't do anything in the side lane.
And they don't have themselves a great.
So you can see Chovy here, he is Emax into Q,
Top turret already died earlier. Mid
and right there he's just being annoying, procking stride breaker while using E,
and they don't have themselves a great siege composition or a
saving Q
very
in case he's
guaranteed
withered.
way to set up for the kill, so they can get some damage done with it. They can use it for prio on the next dragon. Like, look at this angle for Showmaker. If he goes up to avoid the ult, he dies.
Yeah.
If he flashes, he doesn't avoid the ult. Like, there's literally no counterplay here.
Yeah, even if he flashes under turret, still gets hit by the ult, still gets hooked and dies.
And King and also TP'd up to this. I think they were hoping they could maybe save the play. Already hitting up top side. This ends up being a big boon because they wanted to set up for Herald anyways. and end up catching Lehens.
Monty, you skipped NRG versus
Small
Dig and
victory.
summoning
I mean,
Insight.
it's a very big Olaf. 6
You know
kills.
why?
Stride breaks are going to feel really good in this composition, but
You know what's really good into Olaf?
I didn't watch it,
yes,
guys.
range damage specifically.
Monty,
quite good.
Monty on the next version of Fraud
Also
Alert.
another Oblivion Orb
Literally not
flying
watching
EPs
LCS playoff
early
games.
on, deals with the BT, deals with Nasus, Ivern sustain, you know, Redemption.
About what you want to buy, you can just buy the good item.
Yeah, he didn't buy Horizon Focus in game 1, but in this game it gives even more value because with all the brushes, you can get vision.
Yep.
With that item, and you know, Ivern's like, well, what if we just hide in this brush? And then it's like you've got blitz hooks coming at you, you've got vision from the Ziggs. Maokai can always just press R as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a valuable buy, and it's completed now at 16-15. As you mentioned it, speak of the devil, it is just right in front of our screens, showcasing the lead he has over aiming right now. And
But Genji are on the escape. The ult comes out from the Olaf and
playing a game here with Moam, and
yeah.
Moam loses.
I mean, they're gonna hook up Poppy. Generally not a good idea. The knockup comes in, but Genji are on the escape. The ult comes out from the Olaf, and down will go Lehens. There's now Redemption as well. Genji, they play with fire, and DK, they say bring it, and they're gonna get another double kill here for the side of King, and who now has 8 kills.
Yeah. I mean, look, Moam was the loser of the mini game of trying to avoid the hook, but I feel like he was the winner in the end because hooking the Poppy means a big front line, 40 plus, and now they're going in.
Yeah, another root here on a Canyon who is
Jovi just flash ulted Ivern.
The loser of the
really not a good.
and BT is so valuable, obviously, into this comp, but Hens is playing a game here with Moam, and
Yeah.
Moam loses.
I mean, they're gonna hook up Poppy. Generally.
Wow, that hook in the Poppy is generally not a good idea. I agree. I mean, he gets a double ult off, and they're able to get. They have to use the Maokai ult to escape. Then aiming gets a nice channel off. The Olaf is still huge.
Genji, they play with fire, and DK, they say bring it, and they're gonna get another double kill here for the side of King, and who now has 8 kills.
Yeah. I mean, look, Moam was the loser of the mini game of trying to avoid the hook, but I feel like he was the
Lucid
winner.
takes a bunch of damage just from a Q.
The Poppy means a big front line, 40 plus.
Lucid
Now they're going in.
flashes forward, takes some more Ziggs damage though, and then Chovy realizes that he can just flash on top of him and ult him.
Very tanky. Down will go the Ivern and Chovy. Can they kill him is the question. Poppy,
The
Moam,
1
the
HP.
rebound goes in, and will-
By the way,
Canyon, who is very
that Herald is 1 HP. If they kill that Herald, Chovy probably doesn't die, but he's literally 1 HP and the Hextech Minefield doesn't kill Herald.
The Rift Herald goes in and will just die. He does trade himself for the Garen. I guess that's worth, but now aiming very awkward spot. Has to trade flashes with Pays, who threatened the Satchel engage.
Yeah, Satchel knockback there would have definitely. I don't really agree with Moam. I mean, yeah, he trades his life for a Garen, but the kill still goes over, and he used everything for it, and now he's not here for this fight.
I feel like they got a little bit of that BNK in them.
Yeah.
In that moment, you know, they're like, we're all gonna go super deep.
They could have just been happy with the turret, you know? I would have been.
Yeah.
Damage is good. And then here, you just don't have to hard force this. They try to get Canyon. They're successful in getting his flash, but 1 health Rift Herald. Moam goes in, and he's like, got him. I guess so. If the kill goes over to aiming, maybe it's worth, but it goes over to Moam.
Yeah.
Good flash there from aiming. That was really well played.
You talked about the burst damage, which is something that's not often mentioned, but you know, we talk about poke, we talk about dive comps, we talk about disengage comps and stuff like that, but the burst from Chovy and Pays, we saw it there. Underneath the turret, Lucid thinks he's fine. He gets flashed on by Assassin Garen, gets 1 shot, and yeah, you know, the trade comes in and eventually it feels pretty good for Genji, who get the Ocean Drake and now spawn the Hextech Soul.
Look at the damage in this game. Actually Pays currently. I guarantee you, even if Genji loses this game, that will change. But at the moment, leading the damage charts at over 10,000, nearly 11,000 there. Geen, has some teammates nearby.
Yeah.
But I think this turret just goes down. They're going to try to ult to save it.
All right, well, that's the root, and that's the hook underneath the turret, and max range doesn't matter. You get rooted, you get hooked, and Moam trying to disengage with his own ult is not successful.
This keeps being a bit of a problem This good old Maokai setting up for Lehens to hook people.
Yeah, Maokai Blitz combo is actually just what's causing DK to fall further and further behind in this game.
Genji have so as Moam obviously channeling this to try to help his teammates disengage means that he's immobile. He's going to get caught by the root. He is then going to be hooked. And Lehens might have even been able to hook him without the root, but either way, that does connect. I look at this comp where the Olaf has this massive shield from Starax. He's very, very large. He is very fed. He is a level up on Keen right now. And he's not going to be very vulnerable to Ziggs.
Stuff and some bombs.
I can fight. And if you are aiming up for success,
And, well, Moam.
see the follow-up to Lucid's roots.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Oh, not again.
Moam.
Moam, he's got flash. He's actually trying to set up a play. Redemption on top. There's a bullet time. And, well, Moam does go down in the end.
What is Moham doing?
God. One angle here. Moam.
Oh, he just gets hooked.
Follow-up to Lucid's roots.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Oh, not again.
Moam.
Moam, he's got flash. He's actually
I
trying
love
to set up a
Lehens'
play.
Blitzcrank
Redemption on
ban.
top. There's a
Definitely
bullet
one of my
time.
favorite player
And, well,
champion
Moam does go
combinations
down
of the game
end.
right now.
Daisy will not get her revenge. In fact, this is gold given over to Keen at the end of the day. And Lehens, I mean, if you give him an opportunity to play Blitz, he will play Blitzcrank, and he will run the game.
Yeah, and that has kind of been the way it's been for a very long time here.
If you were to Oddsmaker was putting it in charge of running the over-under on the years remaining of the LCS, or whatever they call it next, what would you set the line at? It'll be around for a while, guys. Riot's pride won't let them get rid of it. Probably 5 years from now. I think that's a good over-under. They'll, you know, the thing is like, the scenario which could exist is Esports Engine has a really big studio in Burbank in Southern California, and the ESL bought Esports Engine. And so, if anything, I would think that the next stage is just giving LEC and LCS over to ESL and the Saudis. That's probably the next step. So, and then it'll be as long as they kind of want to run it. You know what I mean? Or maybe they give all LoL esports to ESL and they create some sort of international super league like I want. And they'll do it in Saudi. And everybody will be like, yes, please.
Like they're in the cold winter, but in the end of the day, it is a big fight win to the side of Genji.
Chovy respawns in 25 here, but I think they definitely can take this Baron. Clearing out vision now. It's Ivern with no flash on the other side. Good luck stopping Genji. Good luck stealing. You don't even need to have that.
Not a lot of
Valdez. TP coming through as well from Showmaker.
So D+ really wants to do this, but this is ill-advised against the Blitz Maokai composition, right?
The knockup here on a Moab, not a lot of damage. Oh, comes in on two aiming, and Garen is in the back line. Down will go aiming, and the damage is just way too much. Genji, they get the punish.
By the way, Chovy's play right here is super funny.
Yeah, definitely trying to force this one.
So he's like, oh, I'm answering the call. So he comes to watch Chovy. Just runs in, he spins the win on like 4 of them. And nobody can actually attack Ziggs or Corki in the backline, so the cleanup is just free. Baron knocked up aiming. Oh, really? Was Baron trolling D+? Well, aiming walked into it. But aiming walking into it does allow him to get hooked. That's funny. Yeah, Garen did do insane damage with the Phantom Dancer. He also probably got Stride Breaker off here. Yeah, he just flashes in there. He just like flashes in there, hits some random person with Q, and then just ease all over them. He doesn't even ult.
Like they're in the cold winter, but in the end of the day, it is a big fight win to the.
A little bit. The angle. Kingen is right there. It was like something. I think Lehens missed the hook once. I'm like, no.
You're wrong.
Nolan splits denied.
Look at this. Look at this hook.
Look,
Are you
on
kidding me?
aiming, when Kingen is
I'm just
right
watching
there,
Chovy spin all over them.
Some of this is on the positioning of aiming, but I mean, I'm gonna give full credit
They
to
also
Nolan
had to use
because
flashes to
the
kill. Like Showmaker had to flash to kill
The
him.
angle is so difficult in a bunched up team fight like that, and when you take aiming out, that's the fight. That's the win. And what was a really cool attempt. So team fight war.
Wow, Hextexel is so good with Ziggs and Corki too. Not that they ever actually, not that they need it to win this game, but maybe it'll go to Hextexel. Genji was awfully methodical last game, but they still need 2 more Drakes.
Quick math there, Wolf.
Yeah,
Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you can do math on stream.
When it's you know, base number 10. Here comes Kingen. You know, the issue is, yeah, the Olaf is huge, and he himself is really fantastic into this, but he's alone. Nobody else can really follow up on him.
Who do you think is going to take Adam, guys, now that he's a free agent? And he's the reason that BDS didn't make Worlds, because his shitty-ass attitude ruined their ability to beat Mad Lions in winter. Seems like a really good player to have on your team. What a hero that guy is.
They're playing Corki top, playing Garen mid, which is a surprise to literally no one who cares about and watches League of Legends, so it seems like, wow, that's crazy, but like, he's been spamming it, he's been playing it, and then you felt safe because they locked the Corki, but it wasn't for him.
Carmine Corp. He might go to Carmine Corp if they don't keep Kana.
We saw Showmaker pull
He's
out
French adjacent.
against BNK. It got a win, and maybe they're saying, okay, maybe we can utilize this again, but not into this team, not in the Chovy. King instead, trying to go head-to-head against Chovy's Garen down 2 levels. Kingen bursts into laughter because there's not really much else you can do at this point. Game 2 it's done. BK, they don't have an angle.
Yeah, Showmaker hands
What
on the
asshole
keyboard
things
here.
did Adam do? He got himself benched in playoffs in winter because of his god-awful attitude. And then his team had to field a sub in playoffs and lost in 5 games to MDK, so BDS didn't make Worlds.
In this game,
Because MDK then had more point, like was able to,
Everybody is, however, getting hooked, as aiming will avoid this one.
you know, come out ahead in the rankings.
I think playing, you know, MF in the last game could have been very nice. In this game, just doesn't feel nice at all.
No, Chovy's just gonna solo this and hit bottom, while the rest of his team systematically destroys the top. The inhibitor will
on the gate.
survive, yeah.
All right.
Oh, this is the angle.
All right, they
Is it?
have the flank, and now they're just going to try to engage on the aiming, who is kind of frontlining.
Chovy's here, Stridebreaker, here we go.
And the Ziggs bomb over the top, and aiming just doesn't
Dude,
get to play the
the
game.
Garen E plus Ziggs bomb is so
He's
funny.
going to taunt Olaf away from the team fight, so that's going to win it there. As Gen G, it almost looks like they're playing solo queue at this point. It's so one-sided.
Yeah, Chovy didn't even have to ult in that last kill onto aiming. Not sure who he ulted ultimately here, but somebody died, I think, off camera while we were watching Kingen try to chase Lens.
Oh, the game is over. It's 2-0 for Gen G. This is a playoff.
Wow, what a funny
best of five,
game.
everybody.
That was a fun one.
And Gen G are
I enjoyed that.
ripping on 'em.
Remember, to aiming, that was the other
High skill gaming, guys.
we like to see in round 1.
That's why we watch Korean League of Legends. Okay, Tristana, Azir, Maokai. They're actually just sick of Maokai, LeBlanc. Same band, same side. Same side for Gen G, same bands for Gen G. Mixing up the bands a little bit with the Maokai band. Are we still get a first pick?
That's going to be first pick Nasus
We're
again.
still doing it. It's still a flex pick, guys.
So, I think Pays is fantastic.
Yeah, I think taking Ziggs again makes total sense. Ziggs Corki, we're doing it again. Where's the Corki going? I mean, they can save it till they figure out where the mid is going. So we're going to see this saved mid pick saved to R5 or top pick saved to R5 again.
Some of his favorite picks here. The Nasus, obviously, because you have
Lucid on the Vi.
damage. It is quite strong.
So trying to set up a pick comp potentially this time. They want to take the Leona, has been banned in the second rotation of bans, but we're now going to
So
just take the...
you don't. If you
I guess we can just take the Garen again. Honestly, this is a good call. This is a good call. I take it back. Don't save it till R5. Just go ahead and take Garen now, because otherwise they will ban it. And then here's the thing. Now they've shown that King can play Corki, so it's not a mystery. And we know Chovy can play Corki, so the Garen... I assume Keen can play Garen, guys. So I guess you just match the Garen into whatever lane the Nasus is going into.
Leave this
Which is
to a
clever.
jungle pick for Ken. Very difficult to gank, even with a Vi, especially when you have
Gonna ban MF.
like a last because of following up on dive. Can do it. And
All right, I actually like that Kai'Sa because the Leona and the Vi are going in, so you can't actually go in and aiming as an amazing Kai'Sa player. You're probably not worried about MF. Oh, if they ban Poppy here, I assume that they're gonna pick MF. So you're gonna ban MF, or are you just gonna say we'll play Blitz again? Okay, the Olaf ban makes sense because it actually could have been good last game.
But I think a lot of that based on that one team fight on Grubs. So will it about that? And that Poppy ban also, could have been for
This Ira ban is weird here because they don't actually have to take an AP jungler. In fact, they could take Sedge here. Or it's going to take Rel. That's just taking Rel away from Moham. Oh, he already picked Leona. I'm dumb. So we're just taking the Rel for additional engage.
Magic, but it certainly is difficult to avoid. That's for sure.
It's very difficult.
How far are the chefs going to go tonight?
No, we're not actually playing Seraphine, are we?
I mean, now
We're playing Seraphine Leona.
They're going to play Nasus top and put the
All right. Well, it should be a boring lane in bot side then, just Enchanterific. Okay, Showmaker playing the Talia. We've seen more Talia in playoffs recently.
Incredibly powerful. You set up any of that CC, and the Nasus becomes extremely difficult to deal with.
So I assume Keen is going to play the Garen on the top side.
The choice. Karthus, I don't think so.
We saved jungle to R5. That's interesting. It feels like a Sejuani game, though.
Play pretty much anything.
Skarner?
And it's going to be Skarner in the jungle.
Very punishing into any champ that is trying to step.
It's going to be good against Seraphine, probably. Like, getting into the backline versus Seraphine and Talia probably feels really good with this Skarner.
Then blown up by all of that damage. He's pretty tanky, especially when he pops his ult, but not immortal. And so we have the same matchup topside. Definitely a lot more gankable this time around 4D plus because they have a Vi. And this Garen, if he's trying to really push the lane in a top lane situation, it's a much longer
Yeah, so I said Skarner into Talia. Skarner into Talia, Skarner into Seraphine feels pretty good.
He's shown that before.
This is a very cool way to change this draft up. The Seraphine's still a bit of a question mark for me, but it obviously empowers the Nasus really well and has great wombo potential too, and can follow up on that single target CC.
The Ziggs Corki that comes out again.
LCK Vietnam is here. Shout out to VNcast and these guys.
Yeah.
And Vietnamese League of Legends is,
but I did want a.
Oh, I did a lot of squats yesterday, guys, and my legs hurt.
All right, off we go. Game number 3. DK's last chance, and could be the start of a reverse sweep if they do pick up a win here. I personally am a little bit disappointed to see aiming on Seraphine after he's had the season that he has had on picks that hard carry. And Seraphine feels good in the comp, feels good, into what they're playing against, but
it's very good in the Ziggs.
It's not easy.
Last week you're back, this week your legs. Monty literally falling apart. Well, my legs are sore because I just did a lot of squats. That's fine. I don't mind that. My back was because I pulled something doing deadlifts. That was bad.
Everybody's aware of this.
It's mostly better now, though.
Garen starting bottom side here. The Ziggs going top. And even with
I don't like this draft from DK. Feels like you have got no damage late. Yeah, it is very low damage. We'll see how Showmaker builds.
As the Ziggs, so it does feel like a wise choice. And Moham is going in.
Yeah.
I force a smite there. That's annoying. He does get Kenny does get level 2 though.
Here's Kingin and aiming on the bottom side.
Keen got some XP.
Yeah.
See that purple bar appear below his HP there, bottom left? That's what he's looking for.
This is funny though. This is funny. Like they are just trying to get out of the solo Garen versus Garen versus Nasus matchup by lane swapping.
HP there, bottom left. That's what he's looking for. That's what top laners are.
But Garen's gonna get the solo XP, and remember, Seraphine doesn't have a. She's not support.
With these lane swaps, but they opted into this. He's able to get a little bit of it.
Support's in mid lane.
As it's tough to punish.
Nobody actually farming top side, so who's gonna catch this wave? Like Keegan needs to TP top, or maybe Aiming will do it. We'll see.
Very difficult. As FaZe is just alone in the top side. No answer just yet. And the shield will deny that poke. He's actually doing such a great job of picking up XP here. Now he can wave clear with his E.
Yeah, it's never easy to dive a Garen.
Keegan had W
Excellent wave
first.
clear, excellent sustainability, but might go for it here on the next push. Not as big of a wave this time, but it is a cannon wave. Let's see how it goes as Keen wants to get in, gets the silence on a Moham, who's not able to do much.
Thing is, Moham's only level 1 because he's been chilling in mid lane. So, you know, Keen gets Q because he's level 3, and then he just silences Moham. Does actually trade the stun there, but that's annoying. And they're actually losing this entire wave. Nobody ended up TPing into this top side. So Genji just gets more XP on the map. That's crazy. What damage do they have to actually kill the Garens? None. None. No, they don't have any damage to kill it. What is it? Fucking Seraphine Nasus gonna kill Garen early? No. Now they're just gonna get dove in the top side. Terrible TP. Well, that's not exactly fair. See, the thing, guys, is that you just don't know where they are on the map. And this is part of the problem with being a top laner in the current meta, is it's a guessing game whether they've actually recalled or not. They're just sitting here canceling their recall, seeing if he's going to TP. So you have to blind TP, but feels bad because you just get CC directly into the turret.
Look at his face, man. What do you do? But he's not happy with it. You are absolutely correct. He is just laughing in frustration. And he's like, man.
Lucid is a bum. What is Lucid supposed to do here? He doesn't have any kill pressure in bot lane, and he's playing fucking Vi.
Look like this where he's just sitting in the lane with a Seraphine and Leona trying to kill a Garen. And
it's the Seraphine that sucks. Like, if they had gotten the Seraphine into the Ziggs matchup, they could have just had a farm off. But because they lane swapped, because they got Garen'd again.
He is going to die anyway, and FaZe also gets the kill. King in again is just left laughing.
He should have gone bot 1 3v1. I don't think they killed Garen because Keen was able to just solo get all of that XP. He was level 3 when the wave hit. They don't have the damage to kill him, and he was level 3. I don't think Lucid can. I don't think Lucid being there does anything.
Actually, just baiting, and now Toby's just dead. Down he goes. Lucid gonna get that kill in this wild early game, and at least DK gets something back.
Yeah, they do get something back here with Lucid shoving this wave. They will be able to deny some farm. Probably just a little bit here. As King dies on this teleport, is grabbed by Canyon, stunned into the turret. Lens goes super low.
You know, guys, I was playing Apex Legends again. I was reminded of this because somebody in the chat says, well, King is just not a champion now. And it's just so funny that in the game League of Legends, the character you play isn't called a legend. So who are the legends in League of Legends, by the way? Who are the legends? Where is the League of Legends? I should have called it Congregation of Champions or something like that. So I was playing Apex Legends, and did you know that in Apex Legends the character you play is called a legend? I know it's remarkable technology that Respawn brought us, calling Apex Legends and then calling the characters legends, where we call it League of Legends, and yet you play champions. What the fuck is that?
Flashes towards it. How can I play the game?
The legends were the summoners. That was never even clear in the original lore.
That or nearly did. And yeah, this is a little bit of an overextension here from Chubby. Great play from Lucid. Shymaker does flash as well, so it's not 100%.
And also, by the way, if that was true, then after they retconned, here, checkmate. You ready for the checkmate, guys? After they retconned summoners, why did they call the next game Legends of Runeterra? Because again, it refers to the characters, which are still, you know, they're legends.
One for Chovy.
So the legends and legends of Runeterra cannot refer to the summoner.
It's at least something.
Yeah. And the Garen is, once again, second game in a row, feels like it's just going to outdo the Nasus. Avoids the dive. Feels like, yes, Genji set up the dive better onto the Nasus, but Nasus...
Also, yes, X-Parasite 13, summoner spells, not legend spells. They would be called legend spells. That's a great point.
And here comes Skarner, and that downback is not going to do anything.
Dude, I fucking love Skarner.
Is much easier to dive in these situations. And here comes
Scorpion surprise.
Skarner, and that downback is not going to do anything as Showmaker just gets pushed into the rel.
Look at his face too, man.
Yeah, Canyon and Lehens, man, they're just high-fiving this entire series.
Yeah, and I mean, King and Showmaker are just...
Dude, the synergy between Kenny and Lehens in these games is crazy. They look great.
I mean, they're just running circles around him. And, you know, the other thing about this, we talked about the Ziggs getting some power topside, even with the plate protection and stuff, but Seraphine just doesn't hurt turrets that much, you know, if there's not a whole lot of setup. I mean, she does end up getting most of these plates, obviously, because it's just a Garen here, but it's not like she is threatening to kill.
Here we go again. Lucid gonna miss the knockup, and yep, level 6, as you mentioned, so now there's actually threat of a kill onto some of these lower health members of DK, and Kingan doesn't get to play the game. This hasn't changed.
Yeah. So, you know, it's still like...
Kingan's level 4.
Maybe we can almost give 2/3 here for Keen now, as he is getting a decent amount of farm here. Hits level 6. He is 2 levels ahead of Kingan. Just sitting down here. Yes, plates went over to a Seraphine. So we'll utilize that gold quite well. This early game has just not been
What is he doing?
And D+ will get this first dragon.
He's buying moats, guys. He's tilted.
So on one hand, that feels
He's got boots and a couple fireflies in jars.
So maybe it's not really all that great actually, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the positives here. I'm trying to find.
He's got a refillable potion. It's going great, guys.
That's not the good news. As yeah, Showmaker, as soon as he sees, tries to set up a shove, but good luck. That Skarner is just too fast.
Yeah, I think the only way he maybe gets away is just running a straight line towards the turret. I think he's dead either way. Not much he can do. Lucid, denied getting...
This is where the Nasus in your game is like, don't worry, guys. I scale. We got this. We win late. And you're like, please stop wasting my time in FF. We're not winning this game. He's like, no, I'm scaling, guys. Vote no. Vote no.
This is not very close. This is just an unbelievable early game stomp from the side of Gen G. And I thought maybe, just maybe, we'd get one close game in the series, Wolf. And it doesn't look like this one is it, so maybe if we have a 4th exhibition game, perhaps.
I mean, the draft adaptation from D+, I thought was pretty good. You know, I wasn't sold on the Seraphine necessarily, but Genji does play a smarter early game. They have the Garen, they know the wave clear is fantastic.
Yeah.
Garen Pickens are being a flex, right? King can play it.
Kingan's just an Owl City fan, guys.
Kingan doesn't have his flash, so
He loves the fireflies.
Coming in, and the bomb sails over the head of Nasus, but it just doesn't matter. As now, maybe a punish. 3 members of DK down in the bottom lane. Pays.
And now he's dead. Like I wish I was whenever I have to hear that song by Owl City.
The bomb sails over the head of Nasus, but it just doesn't matter. As now, maybe a punish. 3 members
By the way,
of DK down in the bottom lane. Pays.
aren't the lyrics to that song, and I get 1,000 hugs from 10,000 lightning bugs? So are you just getting hugged by 1 out of every 10 lightning bug?
I'm not sure that's going to work out for him, but the damage, where is it from the side of DK?
Why do 90% of the lightning bugs not want to hug me?
Canyon, not going to get over the wall, has to flash. And finally, DK gets something.
Yeah. They get something, Valdez. His mom is able to lock Hayes down there.
Yeah.
A good play from him, but I mean, if you look at the items.
Oh, each of the 10,000 gives you 1,000 hugs. Okay, but if I'm getting 1 million hugs, oh, it's 10 million hugs. If I'm getting 10 million hugs, isn't that like, wouldn't that kill me? If I got 10 million lightning bug hugs, wouldn't that just like scrape all the skin off my body?
Plays the game because
Yeah. Anyway, back to
He sold his refillable pot and he bought more fireflies. He's like, I got this, guys. Guys, I got it. We're scaling. I'm scaling. My Q is gonna be off cooldown sooner, so I can stack it faster.
looking at the items in the bottom layout.
He has a lot of ability haste.
Yeah, well,
That's
wait.
a lot of ability haste.
I didn't actually see that he did that.
Yeah.
That well,
Maybe
that may
he
not
can build it into items.
That will not sit well with a lot of people. I will tell you right now, Valdez.
Yeah. I mean, this is that will not sit well with a lot of
His item value is the same as the support.
people. This is one of those games, there's been a lot of proponents for and against lane swaps, but when you see how Genji are just able to absolutely mind bend DK out of this series utilizing lane swaps, I quickly personally become a proponent for lane swaps.
Well, look, I mean, for me, it's less about the lane swaps. It's more just about intelligent play from Genji. Like, obviously, the lane swap is the crux of the strategy
And
here.
they're utilizing it in their draft as well, which is just so fun to see.
Bomb's dead.
Well, maybe trying to get Canyon here. See how that works. He's going in, actually
Woops.
on aiming, knows he's dead.
Kenny missed his E and gave
Ulti
Seraphine a
the wave
shutdown.
here is Paige.
All right, a little bit of happy gaming, guys. Don't worry about it.
And DK gonna get
Garen is
another
just chasing
something.
Nasus around the
We
jungle.
will definitely be looking at the replay as to see how that happened. Looks like maybe a bit of an overextension there, trying to kill Moham, but I don't know how it all started off. We saw what happened after that, of course, but good punish there from D+. Okay, so Lehen's on a ward here. Moab goes in for a bit of an engage, I guess you could say, but it's more so just a bait. Like, he's Poppy, he's very tanky. Or sorry, he's Leona, excuse me, he's very tanky. And this means that Showmaker and Lucid can rotate down. Even though Showmaker didn't have his ult, can just surf and get down here very quickly. This isn't even really needed. And Lucid picks up the kill into Pays. So, bit of a trade back. You can see at the same time, Kingen is on Wolves, so, you know, he's still not playing the game on the other side. The Ziggs, I was going to talk about the items earlier. He got his Luden's Companion a long time ago, and aiming is still trying his best to finish that first item. Wasn't able to do it on that last back, even with the kill he picked up. And yeah, it's a 3,000 gold lead, but I mean, I guess a lot of ability haste for stacking Qs. This Nasus will infinitely scale Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, they're very cheap. You can sell them back. You know, at the end of the day, it actually can make a bit of sense.
Somebody should do the math. Would anybody be able to survive 10 million lightning bug hugs?
I'm not a champion, so let's really
I feel like you would just be flayed alive.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
try to eventually be a champion, while for the moment I'm not. I'm really not.
yeah, I think that, like, eventually he might be, and he might be just a Wither bot as well, which is still relevant. He'll be
I'm asking the real questions about Owl City.
But it's just him accepting that this is a
You would
5v4
die from the
game
heat.
for
Yeah,
him.
exactly.
If this game does go super late, and he's
The
able to get a
friction
lot of
would
key
kill
stats,
you.
like, that may change, but yeah. For the foreseeable future, not so much, as Lehens is totally fine here. With a bold engage there from Lucid, especially with a satchel charge that the waiting for. Yeah, I think that, like,
I like how Kingen is just like ulting the minion wave now. Dude, this guy is soft inting. Holy shit.
Relevant. He'll be kind of tanky if he can ever get items. But it's just him accepting that this is a 5v4 game.
Just ask the bugs to take turns. But if you ask them, how long do you think a lightning bug hug takes? A second? If they were doing it one at a time, it would take 10 million seconds. Which would be 166,000 hours. Which would be 7,000 days.
For a long time.
It would take you 7,000 days to get hugged one at a time by one lightning bug a second if there were 10 million. If you had to receive 10 million hugs.
For the foreseeable future, not so much, as Lehens is totally fine here. With a bold engage there from Lucid, especially with a satchel charge that the waiting for Pays. But I mean, they're definitely for anything. They want
18
to
years
they want to find some sort of angle. They want to find some sort of setup. They haven't picked base comp where Braum sets up the CC.
Owl City did not think out
if he's there,
these lyrics.
You get that blow up, right?
Is this about fireflies again? Dude, the game is about fireflies. Kingen made this game about Owl City. Okay, I didn't do that.
Still, he's going to be trying to stack on the side lane and just try to catch up, as we've mentioned. Zeke's first here for the Skarner. A little bit of extra damage, I guess, as it's Hextech Soul once again. So Genji also have been really high rolling on these Drakes. They didn't necessarily really need to, but now a combo. Okay, a lot of CC. Unfortunately, that's Skarner, so not really able to blow up the Skarner. Down goes the turret, down goes the Leona, and Genji get another win.
And Genji just really wanted the gold from that turret, the plate gold that comes with it, and they were prepared to group to prevent Showmaker from being able to set up a play there with the Leona.
Well, yeah, his moats are gone because one of them turns into Sheen.
Talking about this whole game, but they don't have enough damage to kill the Skarner. Toby had TP.
One of them turns into Sheen, and one of them turns into Glacial Buckler.
Here, they may be able to punish.
And I guess he sold one? Because he had 4. He sold one of his moats?
Like we've been talking about this whole game, but they don't have enough damage.
He sold one of his moats and bought a Doran's shield. Someone actually answered on Reddit. 1 lightning bug is about 20 grams. 10,000 is about 441 pounds of pressure times 1,000. So you would be destroyed by the pressure of the lightning bug hugs. So 20 grams is 1 lightning bug hug, and 10,000 hugs would be about 441 pounds of pressure times 1,000. But guys, that question is only if 10% of the 10,000. Oh, I'm saying 10,000 lightning bugs, each giving you 1,000 hugs. Oh my God. It was boot, shield, and the 4 bugs. That's right. All right, you guys are right. He sold the refillable pot, and he sold one of the moats.
So much needed gold for Kingen as well. Still massively behind in this game, but hey, you know, you'll take every win you can get, and that's Chobi's TP down as well as Moam is here.
Yeah, I think Kingen overstays Showmaker's backing. And Kingen's like, well, I'll stay. Maybe I can get another plate. And he might be able to, just barely not able to. Gets smoked down. And that's the end of him. Meanwhile, the Sinner on the bottom lane is almost dead, 13 minutes in.
Yeah. This is the kind of game that makes you feel sad, you know? Because you can see the thought process.
The heat wouldn't kill you. Actually, no, the heat from the friction of the hugs. That's what we're saying. Not the. I don't think lightning bugs are themselves hot. It's bioluminescence. It's the friction of the hugs, the heat from the friction of the hugs that would kill you. Or yes, the heat from the vibration of their wings. It's like how some bees like kill predators by covering them and vibrating on them, covering like hornets and stuff.
It's just the tip of the Zenith blade on the canyon. Showmaker has the perfectly set up seismic shove, but then everyone is here, right? Toby was here this entire time. You don't have a turret, so you're not safe to make this play. And then Toby just TP's top to catch the wave, and they're already ready for him, right? They have the answer here. They kill him, and then Kingen is like, I gotta get plates, I gotta get money. I'm not really a top laner. I have my team here. This seems safe. And it does seem safe, right? Until Showmaker completes his back and the rest of the team leaves, and he still stays. And like Ziggs is threatening a bomb all the while, by the way. This pace is like lurking.
Okay, he just smites him so the ignite doesn't kill him.
Last time. And he's like, okay, I was just saying maybe if I got the kill, like, nah, don't waste it. Keen and Lucid will interact with each other.
Yeah, we've seen this fight before. There's the bomb from Paze, is going to hit very much on the edge of this one. Lucid, he's got Kingen nearby. And Lahen's a little bit behind this place, so not able to actually pick up the kill. As Lucid's trying to get something back. And there is empowered recall here. Toby gonna stop the back, actually. Valkyrie over the wall. Not sure if he knows about the Nasus behind him, but now he's about to find out. Kingen is going to do a decent amount of damage as the Qs will come in. The flash is there, but you're not getting away from
Dude,
Nasus,
he's
buddy.
hugging
It's
Chovy
down.
with the
Here
10,000
goes
lightning
Kanan.
bugs.
Sends him a thumbs up. And it's another kill over to the side of the Nasus.
And now he doesn't have TP, he doesn't have flash. He does have his first item. The Triforce is picked up here.
I mean, Genji is definitely happy gaming
you
at this
know,
point.
I mean, they're slowly but surely getting themselves a few kills here.
700 gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money. Lucid again caught though.
Yeah, gonna be silenced up, and now he's got a starter on his back. Nice knockback here from Showmaker, just desperately trying to help out his buddy.
Hey, he's got his Seraphs complete now. Once he gets Leandri's, these types of
I'm
teams
still
are gonna
sad
go
they
really
never
well.
made
Teams are starting
the-
to become relevant now. There's, like,
In the early
look at
days of
this
League of
turret.
Legends, guys,
Picks up
the
two kills,
fans of
Ryan
League
took
really
the
wanted
shutdown.
them to make a
Boundary
pimp
four gold in his
Nasus
pocket. He's sitting on 282 stacks here.
with a pimp
Pushing
cane.
300, you know, off of this wave. And
Never made, of
mistakes
course.
from Gen G and D+ do not give up. They keep fighting. They keep finding these forced picks. You know, in that bottom fight, yes, Lucid was caught, did find himself in a lot of trouble here, but just punish plays like this one. Showmaker having the confidence. Kinga has TP. And Chovy has no business being this far up. Just wants to play the macro game that they've been playing all series long.
He flashed the W,
Gets called out for it
even though he was
here.
withered,
He
so
also
he's still
could've just
definitely
moved
dead.
this back. I'm not sure, like, if Showmaker's a little
I actually thought so
closer-
too. Yeah, I actually thought he
Will
could've moved
Broloff
it.
ever be
It's a power
changed? No.
recall.
He doesn't know
Because
exactly
remember,
how
guys,
Showmaker-
Graves
maybe
is not
he's
allowed to
like,
smoke a
all little
cigar,
closer.
but Gragas is allowed to be incredibly drunk and drinking directly from a wine barrel
I think just
and
barely,
slurring his
he could've
words
gotten out.
and talking about drinking.
Best bet.
And
I'm surprised
Broloff
he
is
saw
allowed
the
to talk
channel as
about
well.
binge
It
drinking,
would've
but
been close, but I do think
Graves can't calmly
Not
smoke a
expecting
cigar.
Nasus TP, thinking, okay, well, if Showmaker wants to ult on me, but if he's ulting you, then there's probably someone else there. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't want to be too nitpicky on this one for Chovy because it's one of those like really tight timings to know, but I do agree it seemed like he could have completed the recall there. But he does not, dies, commits flash. As once again, they're using the Hextech Rift incredibly well, and Keen's the next target. This pick comp is starting to come online, Valdez.
Yeah, Keen is Garen trying to trade one back here, but not going to complete the spin into ult. And they do commit pretty heavily up to the top side of the map here. Satchel, passive, down goes the turret, and there's a Drake available. So yes, you got the kill, but will you be able to get much after that? Another charge comes in from the Rift Herald. Chovy's just bought. And it feels like they could have just gotten the Drake, but instead, just now go for a little bit of a skirmish in mid. Chovy still not there, does have TP.
Yeah, I mean, this is Boham.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. Does have the Eclipse up, but when you get Magnet Storm and Impaled, there's not much you can do. He's level 6, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he gets taken down. So that should be the Drake going to Gen G.
Yeah, it's only their second of the game, so this isn't horrible for Gen G, or for D+. I mean, there's a lot of things going very horribly wrong for D+ this game, but this is, you know, maybe towards the lower half of the list. But this pick on Keen using the Hextech Rift, you like to see something like this. They're going to look for another one in live.
Yeah, the TP is coming in here from Chovy. A lot of damage into Keen, but that is still Garen. Chovy not able to chunk through the Nasus, but guess who's here? It's Pays, and he's doing a ton of damage. Lucid also trying to join. Keen getting pretty low.
Keen has to flash off the W. All right, we are happy gaming a bit.
It right into the Garen as a lot of wave clearers coming in, and Lucid sticking around. A big knockback comes in though, and DK are winning a fight while Canyon is just taking the drink.
It starts to feel like the kind of game that maybe Atlas would have bet his hair on, Valdez. Because they
Be wow,
making
Canyon, the
plays.
really fed one.
Disrespecting
He's
the
just
Hextech
killing Drake
Rift is
casually.
working on Team D+, because they keep setting up these picks, they keep punishing topside. And remember,
So he cues the wither slow.
for Gen G to take, and they keep, you know, coming up here getting caught. This time for Keen, he's not pushing the lane. It's just an opportunity seized on by King, and Showmaker has teleport. They just keep using these teleport ganks. It looks like, okay, maybe they messed this one up, but Showmaker definitely flashes the ult, has that Seraph shield. Keen gets slowed, and we're not done in live.
Just never done with the action. This time it's a 2v1. Nobody else
Kinjin,
can die.
no.
Keen will just pick up the kill. So
And
a lot cleaner.
intentions on who, or that
After the wall, that's another satchel coming in, but it's not quite as good as the team. And now Canyon once again through the wall, gonna bring Showmaker straight into the rel as the encore is good once again, but it's not quite as good as the team play from the side of Gen G.
Hemmings
And now
dead.
aiming on
Nope,
Seraphine
he's
gonna
not.
do this job, but
Wow.
He's going to be able to get away, and now with Baron available,
They decided just to go Baron instead of
Genji will
chasing
start it up.
Seraphine around.
Just so much damage in this comp of the remaining members, and the jungler still survives.
If Graves took the average time to smoke a cigar, how many cigars do we smoke in a 40-minute game? One. You don't rush your way through a giant cigar. Those things take a long time to smoke.
Okay, they're just looking to turn this one. He's on the side. He's got the mines in the perfect spot, and the damage into Kingen is huge. He's not quite that tanky just yet. It should be another couple of kills going the way of Genji as Canyon going to throw a rock and take down Leona again. And they might just start it again.
They are going to start it again, and there's just no way to contest. Lucid has flash, but there's no way he can get in here. The Hens will absolutely say no.
Oh, they're going to back.
Wow, they really do decide to back off. Because of the Hextech gates, Lucid can get actually behind Lehens here and circumvent that row. And they're like, that's just not a chance I'm willing to take. I'm not willing to give Baron over. If they get that 50-50 steal, and Lucid sneaks around there, it could be a disaster for us. Lucid going to look for any stragglers.
Might be able to get Toby here.
Yes, flash ult.
There is Lehens in the brush, who is put off away, but now in goes Lucid. The satchel is not enough to save Lehens' life.
This has just been a fantastic game from D+ from behind. I mean, even though they are still massively so behind, the proactivity from this pick comp will scale later. They have just been proactive every step of the way. Unfortunately for them, though, this level of proactivity for Moham was a bit of a step too far. And then you see the like from the side starting to pump. So much damage is done.
Oh, the turn is just so good from Genji's composition.
They decide not to take the Baron. As they're grouped for
I wonder if this Skarner pick is actually real or not. There's been some Skarner over in LPL.
Up to get picked, just kind of running into the brush. Meanwhile, we got a 1v1 on the bottom side. We're going to see who wins this one. Looks like Nass is by the end of it. Keen going to get withered up as well, and he has no.
His Q was almost off cooldown.
All right. You get a kill on a rogue Lehens. You get a kill in the 1v1. The Garrett not having the big lead that Chovy had last time against Showmaker. And Kingen, he is truly starting to become a big Skarner. They have the Rel, but if they lose map control like they do with these picks, it becomes so difficult to even defend their turrets as Kingen is shoving this in. Is it going to overextend? Dragon's up in 20 seconds here. They cannot give over. Soul point here to Genji. Buying some additional time for this Nasus would feel amazing. But this is just greed from Lehens. And look, I get it, you're massively ahead in this game, and it felt unlosable. And you want to get Baron, you have that control word set up, but don't face check that one.
Surprised Keen loses this.
Withered. The Qs are really starting to hit, because even though he doesn't have a lot of items, he has a ton of stacks.
We have a setup here for the Dragon. We've got all 5 members on both teams, but Showmaker has got first push in mid. That's going to force Chovy back here to try to clear that one out. But I mean, yes, Genji still ahead. I feel like Peas especially is in a really good spot. He's got 3 items, and the game has just been so crazy. Like Genji have been all over the place. DK have been
Because Lucid...
And Moham trying to force an engage, trying to force something. They know that Kingen's on the right side. And again, in the 1v1, Keen has to be very careful about trying to take that against the Nasus. It's not going to work out. So once again, we reset positioning. Last cone to get over the wall, and a reset on the Dragon as well.
Trying to punish Kingen's flank here, but he just keeps walking back. Moham, though, isolated.
It's so difficult for him to play. I mean, he has to get a flash engage in, otherwise the Ziggs just rips him apart. Now Lucid has to flash away. The
Showmaker, what are you doing in the pit?
ball goes over, and Showmaker's just dead.
Showmaker just sends it.
A massive encore, a re-engage from the side of DK, but the Impale catches 2. And it should get enough room here for the side of Genji, and it will 100%.
Now I get Baron. Wow, we literally just threw the game off of a third Drake when they might have been able to come back.
Close to greatness definitely just isolated. Like, it's just so frustrating to play this. And Showmaker's like, okay, this is the angle. Ziggs put the bombs down, circumvent that, go around.
He got knocked off. He got knocked off by the stride breaker, I think.
Ziggs put the bombs down, circumvent that,
He got knocked off by the stride breaker, I'm pretty sure.
Isolates himself, knocked off the wall. And yes, it's a nice encore through here, and Lucid comes in with Moham. This Seraphine is just not going to offer enough damage alone, not at this stage of the game, and maybe not at any stage of the game, as this is also going to be Genji taking Baron in live. Soul flounder throughout to deal with the Ziggs.
Really no tier 1s again. stats. So
Get worn down by a very threatening Genji Baron, and it's hard to pick when there's no overextension. The Baron buff is Lucid's going deep.
yeah, he has to try something, but the Zonius is there, and he had the satchel set up. He knew the engage was coming, and now the flash and pale in this game, in this series.
All right, it's over now.
Just
Thank
over.
God.
Genji are not pulling any punches.
Well, I gave with some happy gaming for sure. Great lane swaps from Genji, though.
Genji will showcase why they are by far the best team in the LCK at the moment.
Few hiccups, a few great punishes from D+, but the lane swapping Ziggs does them. We'll be moving to round
All right, guys.
3 of the
Bathroom
winners.
time. Then we get into the next series, HLE versus T1.
There's just not enough like flashy cool stuff you can do.
All right, here we go.
Flash Q someone.
You can definitely flash Q someone.
Hey,
That
there
is
it
my
is.
point. We are going to see the Azir band away. Kind
Here
of
we go,
interesting,
my
like, it
delightful
makes a whole lot of
subscribers
sense
and
that Faker,
pathetic
we know
freeloaders.
Really likes it, and there is the tree band. Another tree will then be banned, and maybe even Sejuani. We'll see. Shuriman theme.
Wow,
As
okay.
both of the forecasts from
Set-
like 3 sets ago are going to be.
Hanwha now just they're the ones banning the Nasus. All right.
Playing Garen because it doesn't have enough skill expression. Atlas.
Hey, that's another one that can flash Q. You
Ooh.
love to see it. Lily are going to be banned away here as well.
Wow, that's a big sign of respect shown here to owner, and I'm with it. I do think it's very justified, as you highlighted. Obviously, second tree gonna get taken away here as well. The Vi is
The Vi
the
first pick.
remaining of the free picks that Peanut loves. The other one is the Sejuani, which is what I imagine owner will go towards.
So
especially
Vi
if they
first
go
pick
the
for
early
Peanut.
launch.
This typically banned
I actually
against
don't
him.
think
He's
it's
probably the
still
best Vi player in the
actually.
league.
The only one that I think we've actually seen play at support
Probably the
was
most
Barrel,
dangerous Vi
but
players.
we know.
All right, so we are gonna take LeBlanc for Faker. We've seen this banned, but not Faker actually playing it. So there's gonna be Faker's first LeBlanc game, I believe. This split. It's been banned against him a few times. Yeah, it's his first LeBlanc game. Okay, that's what I thought.
Zeri being a consideration right now. I don't feel like Zeri gives me a whole lot of excitement, but Tristana feels like it's a little bit.
Okay, we're gonna take Trist here. We're just gonna go for Vi Talia combination.
Yesterday as well.
Much better.
But if you do end up, and now the big question.
Oh, we're just gonna take Yone straight up into the LB. All right. The Zeka special, Yone.
As a counter pick into the Vi because you can cancel out the
So saving.
their power when playing into Braum.
So Braum, are we gonna ban Leona? We're just gonna, because we have Braum, we're just gonna let Leona through.
There is Cassante taken off the board as well. So
All right, because we have Braum, we're gonna let Leona through.
Hasn't really been that impressive for big Ziggs plays, and one of the big.
So if they're banning Olaf, that's interesting. If they're banning Olaf, why are they banning Olaf? Just because of Ziggs? And because Zeus had a penta on it? I guess that makes sense. Take it. Yeah, the Ziggs pickup. I actually like that Olaf ban.
This is the one guy that plays this in 2 ways, so I do think it's not as counterable. It's going to tie it all together here, Atlas.
So is this AD or AP? Kennen will be the question. And what are we gonna play into it?
The Viper is the best Vladimir in the LCK. It's going to be locked in. Doran is the one that's going to be playing it.
So Doran just wants to pool the stun
On the top
and play a
side of the
ranged
map,
matchup
Cannon,
and scale
one
up
of the oldest
and just
Cannon
all
counterpick
in.
that has ever existed.
Interesting.
I have already seen a game which was also from a Humble Life top laner where he did in fact play in Challengers the Vladimir.
I remember that. I was
yeah.
like, what? Hasn't this recently happened?
Oh, it did.
And
yeah.
maybe they've been doing in-house scrims, and that's what sort of gave it away.
My boy
As
Rooster
that
played
is
it.
Monty, big fan here. I know your brand is to be elitist, but here's my problem. I think along the way you forgot bad gameplay can be as enjoyable, if not more than perfect gameplay / macro decisions. That sounds like something a pleb would say. See, a pleb would say, you know, what if instead of just enjoying good things, we also pretended to enjoy bad things? So, for example, LEC might be bad, but it is bad in a good way because you never know who will throw next. I think it's just a copy pasta.
Owner's Lee Sin. That's much better than Sejuani.
Here's an idea for you. Factualistic 3. How about you guys just start only enjoying good games so I don't have to watch the bad games anymore? I would appreciate that.
But yeah, Rooster played it in Challengers. Unfortunately, didn't get the win. Very excited to see what it'll do here. I also am still not sure what Zeus is going to go, because I feel like into the AP variety, Vladimir is going to feel great. Into AD, that's a lot of extra consistent damage. Might be somewhat of a problem. But looking at the comp, T1, they're playing a comp. You have some team fighting power, you know, later in the game. If you can get a
That is like watching amateur sports instead of the best in the world. Dude, this is why I don't understand why college football is so popular in America. It's literally like herder, must support region, can't watch good things, which is actually the same thing as the Soccer World Cup as well.
night vision. But outside of that, This is designed to...
You say that, but you watch NA games on Bangers Only all the time. Yeah, because you guys want me to watch them.
And whoever dares to even remotely approach is going to get picked. For Humble Life, it's a great team fighting comp. There is an incredible amount of setup, an incredible amount of 5v5 power, and if they are able to get the Ziggs out of lane and actually try and find plays around the map, we have seen how quickly you can accelerate games. So early game going to be absolutely pivotal here.
We get a Hemo Plague with a Mega Inferno Bomb and everyone's charmed. I think everyone will instantly die on T1 side. It is just, that is a terrifying wombo combo to potentially come out, especially when you then can layer a Yone over the top of it and you've got Peanut to start the fight.
Yeah, Ziggs Vlad Yone ult is pretty good for the old dive here. Why is Ziggs just left up every game? Because LCK is new to the Ziggs. They haven't realized how strong it is yet, like LPL has.
That he didn't go for Nosferatu, which is definitely the hipster choice, and now he's possibly going to die. But no, I don't think T1's going to be able to catch up in time. Carrier trying to get in range of a Winter's Bite. Instead, Doran is just going to make his Sanguine escape.
College football is the most popular in regions where there isn't a huge pro sports presence, aka the Deep South. Yeah, what would people in Alabama do without the Crimson Tide? What would they do? Nothing. Melt in the summertime.
We've seen of the AP cannon. Obviously, the drawback is that you won't have as much impact with your ult later on, but you should have a lot more pressure in lane. T1 now has also gone for the invade. I think also to look for a potential lane swap. In case that does come through, was still the opportunity at this point. Obviously, no time for that. And also to keep a very close track of where Peanut is going to go. Because I think Peanut, to me, has a really big task set for him, which is ensuring that T1 doesn't actually find too big of an early game lead here with this composition. Because when you look, I do think that the Ziggs and Rakan is a very stable lane, but it's not a lane that's going to be able to generate shove very easily. Same for the top side of the map.
I'm very intrigued by this Vladimir pickup against Zeus, though. This is obviously something they prepared.
Obviously is... hasn't picked it yet in summer, but I don't think we need to tell anyone about Faker's LeBlanc. That has been done plenty of times before, and this is what I expect. A lot of early pressure to come out as...
Yep, sometimes you just press exhaust onto a Ziggs and walk it in. The exhaust is also going to be traded there, as Skirmishing is going to take a fair bit of damage also from the minions, as we can see. The Delight has already...
5-0 on 14-16. Deft, Henna, and Pays all winning with it. Yeah, it is incredibly good right now. And it is AD Kennen. The problem is like, okay, so T1's composition here, when you have Owner on the signature Lee Sin, this is a pick comp. This is a pick comp. Because you do not have all of your damage at this point is basically single target, right? So you have to set up picks using Ash Arrows, LeBlanc collapsing onto a side lane. And this is going to be about 1-3-1 split pushing too, with the Kennen and the LeBlanc. 37-7 career.
269-206. That is not a bad scoreline to have on this champion.
And I'm pretty sure what we saw there is both Owner taking a path that we don't see too often anymore, which is free camp into back, but also I'm pretty sure he's playing his own skin. As there we have...
Dudu versus Kana.
Nongshim Kana.
That's a blast from the past right there. And also, the fact that it was Humble Life Esports that played this last is very interesting. But of course, Dudu is now on the Freaks. And so going to be a very different story there. Vladimir player. And to see whether it actually works might just...
That item in particular, I think, is just so insanely strong when playing into something like Vladimir. Peanut has been able to just do his full clear. Owner gonna... as well as so this gives you
good Q is going to come through.
Okay, nothing happening.
Is going to look to try and get it, but he is going to tank that.
Ooh, the shield.
And the shield comes in. That's going to keep Zekra alive. Does have to use his flash, but you can see already T1's game plan is pretty well known.
I was expecting Faker to maybe try and go for a flash there. Not going to be the case. Zeka sustains through it. It's going to be a flash for flash trade. Still not the end of the world for T1. Owner doesn't have a lot of his camps up, so it is a relatively low-cost gank. Nicely done by Zeka to actually stay alive there. Damage just not enough to we do see, as mentioned earlier, Owner is going to get spotted on the ward.
Yep, pretty cool skin there as well.
Yeah, as I mentioned. Yeah.
Not bad.
Banky making a surprise appearance as well.
5-minute Drake. The thing about Vi is very good at soloing Drake early.
We can see Zeka, fresh off the back himself, is looking for a bit of harassment, but Faker
And with the shield off of her passive,
quite a Santa Braun, cool skin there as well.
you actually just don't take much damage.
Banky making a surprise appearance as well.
All right, well, Santa Braun is going to be going back.
So they actually are stealth doing it as well. They're stealth doing it because Rakan just jumped to her, so they actually just don't see anybody entering the pit. So she can be there actually for the grubs, potentially also grub spawn. I know where she is now.
But you can see the trading is not as good, considering the fact that it is the AD cannon, but Lucidity Boots now picked up for Doran, and he's just going to happily scale until later into the game. We have seen, like, so many of these Vladimir builds have just been the most AP you can possibly build on a champion, is the build path.
Yeah, we've seen things like the Cosmic Drive, very, very high. Just getting a death cap, like second item, very common.
Yep.
Rocket Belt, obviously, also the buffs that it received recently, where it got a ton of extra health, has made it a lot more desirable. And if you Vladimir, that kind of does sound like a dream scenario, as we do have the trade coming through here, where the grubs are being taken by T1. We do have Delight in the area, but with Cryo for top and mid, I don't think that they can get more than maybe a cheeky steal here for Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut is just going to walk in and sort of punch a little bit here, as Delight will throw the exhaust down onto Faker. He just pops back to his distortion and says thanks for the summoner spell, as T1 have managed to take all 3 of the first grubs. 4 minutes until we have an...
Peanut didn't recall, so I was going to give him up. Probably didn't need to commit that hard. Get a summoner spell burned. Kind of a waste of time there.
And so hopefully he's paying attention. We don't get that. Chemtech, do I imagine, like, Doran?
Any plans on doing IRL content during Worlds? What do you mean?
Keep it together.
Yeah.
We can trust them.
No.
There, Delight making sure that he uses his...
I don't even know what you mean, but the answer is no.
Always have it on cooldown.
Yep, that's
so that
the thing.
you get the most uses out of it. Obviously, Viper's going to be completely fine here towards the bot side. The expectation with this Brom and Ashe lane is just that you have Cryo. Actually setting up dive, actually setting up plays is obviously a lot harder. The main thing for T1, I think, is this next dragon. Giving over the first dragon in of itself, not the end of the world. But you are looking ideally to turn that bot side and mid lane pressure as Ozeka.
Yeah, he is going to get hit. There's the ulti. It is blocked, but doesn't
They did block his ult.
the kick comes through. Chain going to come down,
Ooh,
and now
nice job by
Peanut
Peanut
looking
6.
for Owner.
Peanut
He's
6.
taking a
There he
look.
goes.
Cease and desist comes in, and that's first blood to Peanut. And Faker now looking to try and get him, but the arrow is going
Ooh.
to sail wide, and he says top of the morning. It was the arrow will hit onto Doran. He goes into his pool eventually. Looking to try and get him, but the arrow is going
It's
to
actually
sail
hilarious
wide,
that that
and he
hits
says,
Doran.
top of the morning. It was the arrow will hit onto Doran.
Man, he's lucky he
goes into
lived.
his
Holy
pool
shit.
eventually, but says that was rude. My goodness.
And that's a double, not even close from the Hanwha player.
Yeah, no, exactly.
The DRX World one with the All-Star Casters Couch is my favorite series of content / LOL experience I've ever had. Yeah, but the thing is that I don't have co-streaming, and live viewing is dead because of co-streaming. You know what I mean? Like, I can't compete with co-streamers doing live views, so. But I'll be doing VOD reviews, don't you worry.
Not quite enough to actually chew through this Yone. And not only that, but then the fact that Doran also just kind of shrugs it up because it's Vladimir. Very, very funny. Zeus also hasn't backed in a little bit, and obviously the offset of getting the on-hit build is that your ult doesn't actually chunk people nearly as much as it otherwise could. I'm going to see Guma just continuously apply pressure towards Viper here. One of the big things with the Ziggs that we've mentioned in passing is the teleport being there. As we take another look here, so this is, I think, all things considered well done. They're able to deny him the ult exit. The problem is that Owner doesn't really have a great angle to try and kick him back, which in turn sets up the play. And Pina plays it very cleanly, gets the flash Q, is able to then follow up with the ultimate and ensure that he doesn't
Well, he can't really kick him back too, because if owner starts to
here. So this is, I think, all things considered well done. They're able to deny him the old exit. The problem is that
Yeah, I don't get the angle to kick him back.
Angle to try and kick him back.
There's nothing you can do about Peanut at this point in time.
Peanut plays it very cleanly. Gets the flash Q, is able to then follow up with the ultimate and ensure that he doesn't get hit. And look at the Delight also coming in there. So even if you want to go a little bit more aggressive onto Peanut there wasn't really an opportunity there. That's a big cancel.
Has Monty even asked to co-stream? No, but I'm not going to agree to their rules. Like, the thing is if they give me co-streaming privileges, they'll be like, but you can't say anything bad about Riot. And I'm not going to, like, stop talking about bad shit about Riot. So I refuse. I don't want to co-stream, guys. That's not my goal.
That was very weird and very cool. The interaction, so they get a summon a spell in trade for an
My goal is to not be a Riot shill.
Some other AD carry did this at the 6 as well, and I'm like, man, that was
So I'm not going to agree to it just to co-stream, which I don't even care about.
The same as a Captain Jack, where you bury her so cleanly that it looks like you don't take damage.
Or maybe we can call it Captain Barry.
I'm sure Riot would probably give me co-streaming privileges because the idea is that it would stop me from saying bad things.
Lock it in, Atlas. Captain Barry it is.
That was a beautiful Captain Barry there from Gumayushi. Not entirely sure who Barry is, but let us know who you think Barry is.
If we're watching live, you're bearing witness to the birth of a new meme right here, right now. Captain Barry there from Guma. Right now, next set of objectives is coming up. 10 seconds to the Infernal Drake. Zeka has cheated down.
Oh, he kicked him through though. That's an unfortunate interaction.
Next set of objectives is coming up. 10 seconds to the Infernal Drake. Zeka has
so they get on top of him and he ward hops, but because the ult goes off, he ends up on the other side and gets kicked the opposite direction. That's unlucko.
And Zeka is able to avoid it. The kicks not necessarily hitting here from Ona so far, as T1 still offering a lot of pressure. And you can see they're able to keep up in gold, but this is not the kind of early game tempo advantage I was expecting out of this composition, as Ona is going to look to start off Dragon number 2. And that will mean that both teams trading the first couple of Dragons and the Grubs.
I wonder if Doran is going to be in time. So what they did here is they swapped Viper towards...
You had to work for companies that you didn't agree with, but it's part of life. It's not part of my life.
They get the Grubs.
I reject that life. I choose not to work for any companies I don't agree with. I choose to have my own company where I say whatever I want. That's what I choose.
Maybe they get the fights.
Yep, that's a teleport to come in as now Doran throws down the Hemo Plague. Tides of Blood coming out. They put up the door, and that will interrupt Delight, trying to make his way in with the quickness. And so successful disengage here as Viper looking to try and take down some plates in mid lane, and Ziggs doing exactly what he wants to do.
That was really cool, if not for the fact that Doran doesn't actually have damage yet, so it didn't really do that much. If that's a 2-item Vladimir, that would have been a very scary moment, but with Carrier there, nothing to really be worried about. As Zeus, I was about to say, particularly because I think it was last patch, maybe the patch before, where they changed Witsend to be a better early item. Made the damage curve, I think, a little bit smoother, so early on you get more power out of the on-it magic damage. It's amazing. He is now playing into Zeka, which is not where he wants to be for obvious reasons with his itemization, but still gonna get a lot of value out of that. And the Drake is taken here, but on my life, I don't think they ended up paying too much. Ended up throwing away a teleport, which isn't the end of the world. Doran is still able to catch the bot side wave, and we do have Mountain, which I think for both teams, it's best if you don't give it to the opponent, because they're both very bursty. T1's, I'd say, is more reliant on actually like getting an initial pick. But even for Hanwha, you know, getting your Ziggs poke to land is a lot worse. Getting Peanut to get a lot of value out of the ultimate is going to be a lot worse. So these Dragons are going to be a really big fighting point here.
Yeah, I actually think that if anyone's able to get a Mountain Soul, it's just game over for the enemy team. So I love that.
Hard.
I actually think that it will promote a lot of fighting in this series. So if you are maybe someone that is, you know, leveling on your other screen or something like that while you watch, perhaps don't heal in dungeons because you will get distracted and people will die. Okay, there's a Hemo Plague just to try and stop this dive from occurring. Zeka also teleporting down. Will be a couple of plates falling on this bottom side, but now Viper is going to get a full turret, guys.
Yeah, that's a massive win for Hanwha Life, because yes, You trade flash for flash, but that doesn't really matter. Hanwha Life, so they overloaded the top half of the map there with the express intention as, oh, Viper, he is low and doesn't have satchel.
Yeah, it's the flash forward from Faker. Viper is going to flash away, and now Peanut is just trying to play interference. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but Faker is not going to die to that one.
Peanut kick back. All right. They're not going to pursue this, are they? Oh! Actual sick Q by Peanut. Ooh. Old man still got hands. Look at that. Beautiful. Stop the Q2 damage.
Avoids the Q there as well, and is now thinking that he fancies the 1v1. But T1 in the mid lane are still being able to take more, and this is the kind of mid-game moves we expect from this team, able to extract a lot from the map.
Towards bot and try to force a dive, and trying to dive with Vladimir, if you haven't before, it's a nightmare scenario between the sustain and everything. And even with this kill going over, you trade TP for TP, can cancel Owner's Q damage, and even if Owner hits that final Q, wouldn't have made a difference. And T1, all these mid-jungle plays not actually working out due to Peanut and Zeka's ability to just eat these ganks and eat these plays consistently, has now meant that the necessary lead for T1 really isn't anywhere to be found, and I don't think that it's lights out just yet, but they need to stack these dragons. It's no longer negotiable, and it's so hard to do anything into this lane.
I'm just concerned about T1's like actual ability to team fight with fucking wits end Kennen here. They're basically just playing a pure pick composition, but do they even win side lanes is the question. Like, do they even win the side lanes versus Yone Vlad late game? Because if they don't win the side lanes, then what the fuck was the point of running this comp?
That is kind of par for the course. That's kind of what you want to see. We have seen other Ziggs who's not quite managed to do so, and it makes Orcs disappointed.
Because Ziggs can just wave clear and keep pressure on for you too.
Viper has done a decent job, as Owner doesn't quite find the Q onto Delight here, who's been pretty quiet so far this game. I think it's been the Peanut show, and he is going to take Shelly and put her down here in this mid lane. See whether they can get it into satchel range, as Zeka does find a nice knock-up onto Carrier. There is the charge. Not quite satchel range just yet, but only needs like one short Q.
It's basically in satchel range.
It's pretty handy.
Very, very important. And Hanwha Life, again, I think they're very happy with this game going late. Not because I think they skill better by definition, but at some point Ziggs just becomes such an insane nuisance, and range advantage to me is really the biggest advantage that Hanwha Life have over T1. In side lane, something like Zeus cannon might become a problem to deal with, but you have the lockdown to deal with Faker in this with this Vi. As mid lane turret falls before Viper's might on this Ziggs, unsurprising. And T1, yeah, they get the dragon, but you feel a lot better about this if that was the Soul Dragon. Now it's okay, but it still doesn't really get you the
majority of the time.
I feel like I need to clarify it in case people think I wasn't joking. Want to highlight the Seraph's now done for Viper as well. This is one of those scenarios might not be,
and then that even a little Zig.
How do you keep the pressure up right now? Their wave clear is also pretty bad.
Well, Hanwha Life are able to keep control of the map, right?
Compared to like Vlad, Yone, Ziggs.
55-60% health, feeling great in that regard. Vision lines haven't been pushed back, and T1's composition, I think,
There's really nothing to do on the map right now either.
Basically,
for T1.
Hanwha Life have guaranteed ways of engaging.
What's Carrier doing there?
As well as with the Rakan and the Vi, really, they're basically every champion on their team can engage if you're optimistic enough. Even Viper.
A lot about. I'm just going to move on over and look to try and take down that outer turret.
Just wave clear into TP back mid.
Man, so sitting underneath that one, it might be a bit of a problem as well.
Yeah, if you're playing a pick composition, taking away
scaling is just so good for Hanwha though.
Room to try and make plays and walk up into fog without being able to retreat to the turret is really big. So I can see Hanwha Life actually holding onto them very, very tightly. Looks like Doran is going for either Void Staff or Crippling second, which I do appreciate, because that's where we see the biggest individual gap thus far in this game. When it comes to CS, when it comes to gold, Zeus being able to pull ahead. Because again, you're playing Vladimir into Wits and Rush on him.
Yeah.
It's not great, Atlas, and I imagine he's going to go after the Trife, he's going to go Terminus, and then between that and his ultimate, he's going to have a completely unreasonable amount of MR. And there's a mountainous... Oh, Faker, I think he knows this is risky. Vi has the lockdown. Peanut's waiting.
Pops back to his distortion. Now that's on cooldown. Gets back to the other one as
Oh, the combo, though.
But the ulti flies through the arrow.
Oops,
He's
Peanut's
going to
dead.
connect! And that is Peanut taken down. Delight comes in to finish the job. And they gets back to the other one as well. Underneath the turret they go.
Looked like a nice play, but Faker... He actually comes back, though. Why does Faker come back?
And that is Peanut taken down. Delight comes in to finish the job. Down, gets back to the other one as well. Underneath the turret they go. But the ulti flies through the arrow. Is going to connect. And that is Peanut taken down. Delight comes in to finish the job. And they go 1-for-1, but the turret is...
I mean, if he had just not gone back, he could have been fine.
And Faker able to drag him back. Peanut not able to set up for the Ziggs. That would have been an early kill. Very, very cleanly done. His owner...
He's just dead here underneath this turret. Will get knocked up by Zeka's Q. That's nicely done there, but a little bit out of place was the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's easy to forget because we haven't seen Zeka do this as much, but...
And they go 1-for-1, but the turret is going to fall on the top.
Peanut was chasing him from above. Oh, Delight chased him in. Oh, okay. That was Delight chasing him down. He was dead either way, I guess.
And they go 1-for-1, but the turret is going to fall on the top side. T1 taking more.
And
he's just dead here underneath this turret. Will get knocked
back. Peanut not able to set
Owner?
up for the Ziggs. That would have been an early kill. Very, very cleanly done. His owner...
He's just dead here underneath this turret. Will get knocked up by Zeka's Q. That's nicely done there, but a little bit out of place was the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's easy to forget because we haven't seen Zeka do this as much, but he is the melee mid guy.
He is the Yone guy.
Yeah, that is... But as we see here, Faker being able to pull back denies the damage, and then simultaneously means that Peanut is taking a lot more damage.
The redive is really clean, though.
Owner thinks that he can stick around because he's Lee and he has flash, but yeah, he can't. Tries to trade back with the exhaust. There's no way in hell the Light is ever dying there, and probably should have just sacked because if he just backs
Man,
off,
Zeka's Yone is very good, though.
Maybe they'll finally get that pesky mid lane turret, but I'm telling you, Atlas, the Ziggs pick to me, I feel like it needs to be even higher in priority because
I think it needs to be first round of bans every time.
It used to be one of those picks that was picked and then teams didn't use it well, and now I feel like they are. Like they're using the infinite wave clear, they're using the ability to just take side lane turrets at a moment's notice, and this is a big fight right here. Possible soul point for T1, and otherwise Humble Life sitting peachy.
Does it feel like do or die? Because I'm starting to get that vibe as right now T1 collapsing onto this dragon. Doran trying to keep himself alive here in this side lane as Peanut off to the side as well. Viper wants to find an angle to get that bomb down, and let's see whether Delight can layer through that ulti. Teleports come in from the Vladimir as the Dragon's down to sub 50%. T1 feeling a little bit dicey about this play, considering the fact that it's a 5-stack of Humble Life esports players. They do manage to take down Hemo. Play comes in.
Oh my god, the combo. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Trying to do what he can, but he will just be popped. They get rid of Viper.
Wow.
Again. Faker gets his second kick, and everyone wants to find an angle.
Damn, they pulled that off. That was like the best possible scenario.
Teleports come in from the Vladimir as the Dragon's down to sub 50%. T1 feeling a little bit dicey about this play, considering the fact that it's a 5-stack of
Peanut goes in. Then he CCs all of them basically by picking up Ashe in the back line.
T1 feeling a little bit dicey about this play, considering the fact that it's a 5-stack of
because he hits the Q, but then he gets the other two CC'd while ulting Ashe. Then you get the combo coming in. What a beautiful ult by Yone, by the way. Zeka finds like the god angle, and then Braum jumps back into the Yone ult. Woo!
Trying to do what he can, but he will just be popped. They get rid of Viper once again. Faker gets his second kill on him, but he's the last man standing.
It's the Wombo combo dream.
Yikes, that was crazy.
Oh,
Great engagement by Peanut, damn. Peanut having a good game, mechanically for sure.
By Humble Life Esports. Already in position to defend that turret there as well. As we have a look at this fight one more time, this was gorgeous.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Do you watch this? The Braum jumps back in
Zeka with the ultimate.
to the wombo.
That's the end of it. Like,
Oh, Delight with the knock-up too. Holy
you know,
shit.
They didn't even really need Delight to keep. Remember, the fight was already won. Just through those two ultimates. And even though right? Like he's drawn a lot of pressure.
Destroyed.
He pressed his R button when Hanwha did. And this is what we were talking about. Why T1 needed to get the early game lead that wasn't found because the play from Peanut and Zeka. It's because if they don't, and you get into team fights on even footing, it's not great.
Yeah. We saw already comes to the backs of camels.
Oh, yeah.
Because Home Life Esports with this Baron.
80 Cannon ult seemed pretty good there. Look, man, they committed to this. Yeah, look, T1 is playing a pick composition. They wanted to split push, right? Even if Cannon had AP, they don't have enough follow-up damage anyway, guys. Like, they're not supposed to take those 5 versus 5s. That's not what their comp does. They need to pick somebody off first. The mistake is thinking that there should have been a fight there like that.
Is pretty good at getting vision, isn't it?
Also, just
Okay, Doran
It's
is
Vladimir.
gonna press pool.
yeah, it's Vladimir.
Oh, it's a pool party. I don't know. This take on the inner turret, but it's not going to happen. Another pool going to come forward. There's a Mega Inferno Bomb. So much damage is to be
The dive is just too good. Ash can't do shit.
There goes Owner as well, and the ulti comes through from Zeka. Oh my goodness. He does turn up. He's like, is there a beach party happening? And they're going to find it. Delight just whips that one completely, but I don't think Peanut's going to go down. Once again, tips the hat as the... Yeah, the blast cone is going to get Faker to safety, and Home Life Esports really, like 6,000 gold is now their lead, and they're looking to try and break.
Well, Guma hasn't been allowed to play this game, right? They're not setting up picks around his arrows,
This is where
and he can't play the 5v5.
Yep, Light, who is pretty tanky to be perfectly honest, looking for some cooldowns, is now Peanut setting up for it, and T1 realizing.
Fly.
I mean,
Bomb
Brock
on
doesn't
top.
do anything either when it's
No, he
when it's
doesn't.
Mega Inferno Bomb Hemo Plague. Like,
No.
you can't door those.
No. No, you can't. So many different like this, you know, just denim and a white t-shirt. Peanuts the white tee.
What pick was Ash? It was early. Yeah, it was B1.
He's a G.
Or R1 rather.
As white t-shirt as it gets, but it just works.
And what's Doran? He's like, is he like the shirt that you wear, the Hawaiian shirt that you wear over the white t-shirt? The hat that Brolaf wears? Maybe that's Doran. All right, Mega Inferno Bomb, just get rid of the minion wave. It is not going to be enough to save this turret. And I think, yeah, Doran might also...
That's how you have to play this composition, by the way. That's how you have to do it. But they haven't had those opportunities because they keep getting sucked into objective play.
The other side of the map is Faker kind of outplaying Zeka here, but he just bounces back.
These side lane picks, in of itself, obviously not going to be the main difference maker. Main thing is what can they get out of it, and unfortunately, an inner is good, but when you're sitting at a deficit like this, it isn't really that much in the grand scheme of things. And even though Faker does get the outplay, he has to invest his flash, so like he doesn't die, but Zeka doesn't die either, and now Faker doesn't have flash. So
Still, they managed to hold on to their turret.
yeah, but they also
Monty, I
lost,
don't think
right?
people use the term own anymore.
Just minding
Well,
his
we're
own
boomers,
business,
so we use it.
taking dragon.
Yeah, he's, I feel like Peanut has decided business today.
Just like we can say
No,
Peanut was
I
the bee's
actually
knees
having
this
conversation
game.
earlier on,
You know what I
was
mean?
talking to Sunke about it earlier. I think this series all comes down to which Peanut we get. And I think that we've gotten the Peanut that really wants to win. And I think if you're a T1 fan, that is, just have to keep an eye on what. Really dead, but he did do his job. And then
Cowabunga, dude.
Did do a fair bit of damage to Zeka, but he is going to be able to get all that back.
All right, this game is mega over now.
Here as well. Carrier in a fair bit of trouble. Let's see whether Owner can actually make this one happen.
That could make it extend. There's a bounty as well.
Yep, in goes Peanut. They're looking for the fight. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. They lock up the see whether Owner can actually make this one
The
happen.
over-the-wall threat is so crazy from the turn here for HLE because of Yone
Yep.
and Vi.
Peanut, they're looking for the fight. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. They lock up
Jesus
the
Christ.
action. They just had a Freljordian bounty out, I get it done. Super weird.
Now Genji will 3-1 HLE finals. Yeah, probably. There'll be a happy game from there of Genji. They'll let HLE win one. He tried to steal it. Check out the gams on Zeka. Exactly. Nice gams, dollface. We're just going to use 1920 slang now. Stealing UIPs, welcome back. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Being a dad is hard, but being a Genji fan is harder. Nah, it's not so bad. They're MSI champions.
Able to detect every single early play.
Yeah, HLE's engages have been crisp.
I know he wasn't the main character, but that Ziggs pick, we got to look after it because it feels like it also allows Zeka to just pick Yone like this.
Yeah, and he went 4-0-10, and he had, like, he was...
Well, Peanut and Zeka played, right?
Yeah.
To actually build a generous gold lead in the early to mid game. So Ziggs, to me, needs to be prioritized one way or another if you are to do well in these playoffs.
Well, Azir, Nasus, and Lilia, they were the bans for Humble.
What are the chances Genji Golden Roads this year? 50% probably, because that includes them having to win both this split, which I think is very likely, and then win Worlds, which I think is pretty likely. But those things together are probably a 50% chance. They removed some of the seasons of Hard Knocks on there. Really? Aren't they still on HBO? I've been watching the Bears Hard Knocks. I watched the Giants Hard Knocks, and now I'm watching the Bears Hard Knocks. That show is one of the best edited shows I've ever seen. It's crazy.
Zyra going to be taken away as the third ban. Really interesting. I think angling towards a Vi first pick here for owner, perhaps. Because otherwise, I can imagine that will just come in. As Lilia
How funny if Deft win Worlds. Dude, if this KT win World, I'm going to be so angry.
Could theoretically be picked. See what the Garens are going to look like. As there is the Vi first pick that we were talking about.
All right, so Vi's been taken away by Peanut this time around.
Let's go with it this time as Ziggs is up, guys.
Ziggs is up. Sejuani's up.
I do think that the
Nasus is up. Susan?
Like,
Susan is up. All right, Sejuani, Ziggs. Not too surprising. Are we going to play Susan? Faker on Susan? Yep.
Which is the Seraphine, which I personally wouldn't dislike. It'd be very funny to me if we're just ending up with straight up, oh, there it is, yeah, mage matchups.
All right, so Seraphine is the handshake arrangement into Ziggs, it would appear.
You need a consistent source of AD damage from somewhere. Like, you can't just have Seraphine and then Vi Nasus. We saw DK try this, and it just didn't work, right? So either
Smolder? Okay, still going to be a flex for Smolder. Taking away the Senna from Gumayushi. Could be Ashe. Could be Ashe Seraphine bot lane still.
Too much away, and it does look like they are gonna most likely leave counterpick to Doran after we've seen where T1 puts their Nasus and wherever.
Shen.
Okay, so the Olaf that was banned last game, they don't actually ban it second rotation, so they feel comfortable with it being against the Ziggs, which is interesting because it is very strong into the Ziggs. And they are going to take Shen. So we do have a support Shen with Seraphine. Seems good because you can ride the Olaf or the Vi into battle. Very low range, though. Very low range. You know, 4x melee composition. So can they kite effectively, right? So I would think you would want potentially a top laner that can help you kite out. Right?
Okay, well, now I still don't know what's... Is it Shen support into the Leona?
I think it kind of has to be.
It has to be, right? Well, I mean, it could be Nasus support with W max.
T1 have picked a lot
it's
of
well, the problem with that is then it would be like mid Olaf or something like that, which would be weird.
I don't think that really works into the Ziggs. Is it... Okay, so most likely...
Do we just play Vladimir?
Yeah, you're not going to play Nasus support into a AP carry too. All right, Renekton. There are 5 Renekton. It's back, baby. The dream. I mean, you just need some sort of kiting frontliner there, so I guess the Renekton's fine.
That is itself counter pick.
Yeah, it's not great.
It makes Peanut's life better. That's the main thing. It does not.
Are we lane swapping?
Great.
It feels like Hanwha wants to lane swap off of this if they're picking Renekton.
Basically the same draft that Hanwha had, where it's like Fight goes in.
Harry. So also the he's doing flavor. All right, here we are. Chops. Carrier, you can trust him. He's a doctor. And let's see whether he's going to be able to take down Peanut here, as Owner is going to be spotted there on the vision. You can see Carrier just moving on in, see whether he can get some vision.
Q off because it relies on her getting an auto. Ziggs, even though his damage isn't reliable.
Renekton and Susan are related. Yes, they are. They're both ancient Egyptian gods.
Top half of the map where there's a Sejuani and a Renekton who just don't really do a whole lot. If they can auto attack, gonna get a ton of value there. Faker actually not going for the area, which is
Oh, interesting. We're not seeing any lane swaps. We're just gonna opt into the Renekton Olaf.
Higher value on stacks. Is that how that one works? Zeka able to build up a lot of them into a melee champion at the same time. Of course, Faker's not going to be too worried about it. Siphoning Strike's going to have a lot of healing and things like that, but you're not going to deny a lot of stacking. And so Zeka could get to that 225 very early on. Yeah,
you're not going to be able to pressure him. I do think once you get some points in E, you're going to have Prio, and we're going to have to see how T1 is actually...
Yeah, that's the thing, is Nasus will actually have pressure in the mid lane, because 3 points in E will clear the caster minion wave. It one-shots them. And also, he probably isn't going to take a lot of trades. I mean, we'll see. I guess he is going to take trades if he walks up to Q.
And with how the meta is devolving, I'm telling you, it's going to be like Ilaoi or
Faker's Garen's coming in, man. We're going to see it. Game 3. Oh, I'm so ready. Because that's going to be where Zeka's like, well, I'll just have to Nasus because it's so powerful. And then Faker's going to say, well, it is time for me to hide on bush. This is what my name was built for. As, all right, beat drop, turns into a bit of a beat down there as Delight takes a fair bit of damage. And
Will Faker buy the Fireflies?
Get the big value.
Again, one of the big...
Isn't it his name pronounced... No, it's pronounced... His name is Jekka in Korean.
For the Seraphine is that her wave clear is insane as well. I don't think it's as good as the Ziggs, but it is very, very dependable. But
Koreans do not have a Z sound in the language, and so it's pronounced like a J.
Maybe not as much, is that
which is why it's Zeus. It was Zeus, right?
Turret taking champions in the game, but the teleport also allows you to do it because you're generally playing into enemies that go barrier.
Koreans don't have a Z sound. They don't have an F sound.
To do it with
so F turns into a P.
Punish because you can just back, rotate to top, get a turret and TP back towards bot lane to catch the wave. As we do have a little bit of a fight here.
Yeah, Delight is already in position. That's going to mean that Owner has to flash to get himself out of the way. That is actually huge.
Back towards bot lane to catch your ultimate.
Yep.
To do it, taking champions in the game, but the teleport also allows you to do it because you're generally playing into enemies that go back a turret and TP back towards bot lane.
So we got River Shen here.
We have a little bit of a fight here.
Yeah, Delight is already in position. That's going to mean that Owner has to flash.
Very early roam by Delight. They're just trying to farm under turret with the Ziggs and give the Leona a pretty fast recall. She took a lot of damage right here.
Delight takes a fair bit of damage.
But they're able to freeze the wave in front of turret. So they freeze the wave right there, looks like, and that allows Delight to recall and get back. It's a very weird recall because you do not expect the support to be a top crab at 330.
Taking champions in the game. But the teleport also allows you to do it because you're generally playing into...
How do they say Faker then? Peika.
Go barrier because otherwise they get one tap by your ultimate.
Yep.
To do it with so much less room to punish because you can just back, rotate to top,
Peika.
get a turret and TP back towards bot lane to catch the wave. As we do have a little bit of a fight here.
Yeah, Delight is already in position. That's going to mean that Owner has to flash to get himself out of the way. That is actually huge. Delight just existing gets a flash. Pretty well played there, and still looking for a little bit more value.
Reinforcements are on the way. I'm not too sure about this one, but it looks like...
Okay, Carrier just going in, can mitigate a lot of this, but Faker's going to move over. That is so much Spirit Fire value. The flash out from Peanut, and Delight is going.
Interesting, he actually goes in on that. Zeka's here, though. Zeka TP'd back in.
Down, but he gets the shield as he pulls back the scalpel, and there it is.
Ooh.
Spirit Fire.
Good engagement, man. That looks so dicey. But because he pulls the sword back, oof.
It looks like
it looks sketch, but it ends up being really good by Carrier.
But Faker's going to move over. That is so much Spirit Fire value. The flash out from Peanut, And Delight is going down low. Doran now trying to tank things up as Carrier might be taken down, but he gets the shield as he pulls back the scalpel. And there it is, the Spirit Fire. Last hit for first blood for Faker.
Is P pronounced the same as F? No. There is no F sound. They can't say the sound F, so they say the sound P instead. They just replace Fs with Ps, guys.
I need to see a replay, but I'm not sure why Hanwha Life felt so confident, because they knew that Carrier was there. And I don't think, even if you do chunk owner a little bit, you want to take an aggressive early game 3v3 when again, you're playing the Shen owner. Obviously can take a lot of the damage because of his W, then a great Q from owner, and then it's actually really funny the fact that Peanut doesn't die immediately here, because if the rest of the team can back up Zeus, like he can just keep running and murder them. I know he doesn't have his ultimate yet, but it would have really been too much of a detriment. What's big here as well is that Faker gets this kill while he still has
It's
TP.
AP Nasus mid. No, it's not AP Nasus. It's just 3 points in E Nasus. He's got a Sheen. He's going to build Trinity Force.
Of extra CS, so Skuma is low, but he has a TP advantage, so he's not going to be too bothered by that.
Yep, losing the water fight there a little bit because a lot of those balloons were popped by the Seraphine. Nice little satchel for Viper. Did have the backup of his Leona, so could use that relatively offensively. Zeka's just flapping around. Does have a few stacks built up already, so looking kind of all right, but it looks like T1, they have their eyes set on this Infernal Drake. Should be able to take that one down as Delight is in the area, but Peanut is not, so they're not going to be able to stop this. Peanut is just going to have to trade it.
Why did he take? Why did he take Comet then?
Yeah,
He didn't. He took Phase Rush.
Viper did have to back Guma TP back, so he will be able to
Whoa.
that wave as the
That
grubs.
Shadow Dash that was a gimme. That was
I'm confused by the question.
wasn't very fair. Looked like it hit him.
That does some. I feel like his Shen's dash always feels like it goes a little bit further
Yeah.
than it actually does, as we do see 2 grubs being taken here by Hanwha Life, so still not a bad trade. Owner will be able to pick one up, but he is substantially behind.
Your VOD isn't clear, dude.
So much inexperience, especially
Your
because
fucking
of
eyes
not
aren't
getting
clear.
in the camp. Obviously has been pretty
My VOD is fine.
And,
Don't blame my VOD.
never mind.
River
Yeah.
Chen
Because he's
doing work.
He's not getting the experience. As we are lane swapping,
But
Ziggs
wait,
does-
away from his Ziggs.
Yeah, away from the Ziggs, and also with the grubs already being down. So Doran's life is about to get even less fun, but I don't know if it's that much better for Zeus, and this is a lot of plays that are going to go down. We'll see when Doran
Get
has
some
the
LASIK,
lead,
dude.
because as of right now, he doesn't.
Well, he is going to get taunted. Speed drop does come through. There's the Encore, and Doran is just dead. Didn't have a chance to do anything at all.
He did not get the message, in fact, and if
Well, I'm watching on a 4K monitor. Well, you don't have 4K eyes, so what's the point of having a 4K monitor?
unfortunately for him, ends up going down, and now the swap's worth it.
Yeah. and
So easy.
sometimes you make the weird play so that your opponent doesn't expect that that play was made, and then you can capitalize. And that's precisely what T1 just did. And now they're going to be able to grab some plates here as well. No teleports at all on Hanwha Life Esports, so getting back to this top lane is going to be a rough one.
Oh, that's a 4-man dive.
Yep, looking for an
Owner's on his
opportunity.
way,
Ragnarok is up and available as he has thrown it down. Mega Inferno Bomb, pretty difficult to outplay that one, and it's Mom! To be a rough one.
Oh, that's a 4-man dive.
Yep, looking
Owner's
for an
on his
opportunity.
way,
Ragnarok is up and available as he has thrown it down. Mega Inferno Bomb, pretty difficult to outplay that one, and it's Mom that's able to lock down the...
Oh, that's a 4-man
Peanut
dive.
gets path blocked there.
Ragnarok is up and available as he has thrown it down. Mega Inferno Bomb, pretty difficult to outplay that one, and it's
Ooh,
Mom
it's close,
that's
though.
able to lock down the kill. Still, Zeus gets one back as Peanut couldn't tank the turret forever. Hanwha still with some extra time here with the turret, and that is certainly good, but not as clean as what we saw from T1 top.
That's already a pretty big Q. And
All right, why are we even swapping though?
he has been
Oh, we were just pre-swapping to take the final grub, so we just end up swapped even though we only took one grub.
tops, or I guess mids, it's Nasus. I don't know Atlas.
They do get the surprise kill onto Renekton though. Suffer the dive on the opposite side. Whoops.
Flash out from Faker. Stacking 80 already here at 9 minutes isn't too bad, and these sneezes are starting to hurt as Delight's moving in.
Okay, flashes out of Leona, flash E. Peanut still has ult though, so they bait this. He can actually just Q R.
Well played, Peanut.
Here we go.
Here, level 7. There's the
Oh, he Q flashed into W.
and the permafrost comes down.
into R. Very nice. Also, they bait out the Shen ult.
Even with the Shen ult being invested, it's not quite enough to keep Faker alive. And I'm pretty sure Peanut didn't show. So that was actually really well done there. Like, if he doesn't show, Faker just sees the light mid, you know, thinks that the gank is done. And then that's the end of it. Not knowing that there is a man still waiting for him to step up. And Nessus, again, season 1, season 2 champion does not. Okay, never mind. I take it back. Yeah, no, yeah, big mistake. I thought Peanut didn't show, because otherwise you can't walk up to... You have Spirit Fire as well. That's just getting greedy for stacks. Good punish by Humble Life, but big mistake there.
Yeah, he shouldn't have walked up like that.
After the flash is blown.
He should be aware that the Leona and the Sejuani are still there, and he hadn't seen Sejult yet.
Doran just trying to soak as many waves as he possibly can. Isn't necessarily full handbag. You can see
Smolder going to be the CEO of Worlds? Probably. Are they actually going to nerf Smolder at some point? There's still 2 more patches to come out before Worlds. I think Worlds is supposed to be on 14.19. So there's still time to save Worlds from Smolder.
Viper is going to take this turret. Goodbye, turret. It has been nice knowing you. And 10 minutes. There is still 3 minutes left for him to take more of these structures off the map.
It's 14.18? I don't know. People were telling me the other day it was going to be 14.19. There's only 1 patch left? I don't know. People were saying that it was going to be 14.19. I don't know which one it's going to be.
By the Hex Flash of Delight. They're on this bottom side. 5 plates for a Ziggs team? Golly gee. I'm a little bit frightened about what that means.
Oh, Froxen told 14.18. All right.
A bunch of time, so they can just rotate him to mid, rotate him to top.
Yeah.
Looks like T1 will be able to get to, Humble Life able to get to free grubs here. They do push Peanut off. They do have to give him a dragon, but Dragon himself not the end of the world.
X-Tech going to come through. Yeah, Guma is in. A whole host of trouble. That's too many circles and Viper.
Do push Peanut off. They do have to give him a dragon, but Dragon himself not the end of the world.
X-Tech going to come through. Yeah, Guma is
nice combo.
A whole host of trouble. That's too many circles and Viper is able to lock down the kill before the Smolder comes
Circle
in,
City.
steals it away. Might actually be a negative, just for getting as much value as possible, but I think he deserved that one. And Humble Life Esports are also able to defend their outer turret in the mid lane. Owner comes on over. They will be able to even out the grubs most likely, as Doran is going to at least just chaperone Zeus as he heads back home. Zeka in the mid lane. Going to
Dude, the fact that this Ziggs is just alone in the side lane now is so bad.
As Doran is going to at least just chaperone Zeus as he heads back home. Zeka in the mid lane, going to force a teleport.
Yikes.
Gang, we cannot give Viper a free inner. That is not a thing we can do.
Well, Faker is going to get hit by a bouncing bomb that does do a fair bit of damage here, as we can see. Viper starting to get to work with that Luden's already built up. And everyone is going to turn up. That is, Anasa's turned into a ragdoll. And
God, they're going to get the tier 2 as well.
There in the player cam, not happy about how that one went, as it is brother versus brother. Never mind, as Zeus is a...
That's Olaf and Renekton, not Nasus and Renekton Atlas. It's not brother versus brother.
Be able to take down the Renekton. No worries there at all. Delight now underneath this turret, not exactly where he wants to be, because Owner is turning up as well. T1 kind of taking matters into their own hands as they look to get rid of Delight, who is able to taxi his way out. Carrier is going to
nice trade.
1 for 1. That was gorgeous from the Leona player, but they're still going to lose hands as they look to take down the Renekton. No worries there at all. Delight now underneath this turret, not exactly where he wants to be, because Owner is turning up as well. T1 kind of taking matters into their own hands as they look to get rid of Delight, who is able to taxi his way out. Carrier!
That despite...
Yeah.
It's too much.
We need a dose of BZP. It's Van Zix, please. That is what you need.
Well, I'm also down for some tech, you know. I'm sure there's ways that you can punish the Ziggs.
Oh, okay. So he was just trying to see whether Zeus was backing, and he found out that yes, indeed, he was backing, and then had to flat.
It's not often that we see this.
He goes in for the EQ because he thinks Delight is coming, but he has true damage, the Olaf.
Yeah.
Okay?
Which is negative. It's negative value.
Yeah, it was not great.
Not sure why he literally E'd to get his empowered Q, heal a little bit, and then just take a bunch of true damage from Olaf. Okay, well, whatever.
I love that you want to talk about lore.
I do. Well,
that's great.
It's one of my favorites is the Renekton Nasus. You know, when
haven't
Renekton
actually
was
seen
released,
them.
I'm like, oh, that's his bro, that's so cool.
Have they even interacted yet on the map?
No, not really. Not even at all.
Well, we're going to be keeping an eye out for that. That's
Now very quick, take the kill, as Zeka is now flapping over a wall, and Faker's like, I wanted to flash, but I can't flash. He couldn't justify it in that moment, but you could feel that that's what he wanted to do.
It's when the lead Q hits and you see the moment of deliberation, and it's like, no,
yeah.
I can't do it. This game is messy, Atlas, but they're still playing it as where if they get the upcoming dragon, then that alone could be enough, because Hextech Soul does kind of.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, right? We know, and it allows you to set up plays around the Baron as well.
Okay, so he uses ults, but then he gets chased down.
Because he has a lot of members on the top half of the map, but they're at the Herald. They're not with you. So being up that deep into a side lane, not
Sucks that
great.
Delight took that, actually.
A very, very big
Zayas
going over
biting
the
off
side.
more than he could chew
I think
while
they
his
could
team
do
was
that now.
taking Herald.
One can use the Herald in mid as a way to divert attention, but they need this Hextech Drake. Atlas, it's the same as in last game.
It's going to take a while for Humble Life Esports to stack them all up.
Yeah, only 170 stacks for Zeka. Thank you for highlighting that. So, but they need to get this. They need to get to the point where Soul is on the table for them at any point going forward in the game.
Yep. And now the Rift Herald is going to go down from Ona. That's going to buy them some space. Looking Shelly in the eye, and that is going.
Okay, are we actually going for this, or is Hamwood just going to hold off? Nope, Renekton's CPing, so they actually are going to try and contest. They have Crab here in the middle.
They really want to fight for this.
Ziggs on the flank.
Over, of course, Viper does have a lot of range.
I don't actually have Ziggs poke here right now. It's pretty problematic for Hanwha.
Next couple of seconds, and Doran gets into position. That's an ulti.
Vi onto Smolder.
Goes entirely wide, and that is the Smolder going down. They do get rid of the Olaf, but have they done enough? The flash over the wall from Viper. Peanut. That's an ulti. Rotating over, of course, Viper does have a lot of range, so he can affect these team fights as Ona. Ball breaking now on cooldown for the next couple of seconds, and Doran gets into position. That's an ulti. Out, the encore goes entirely wide.
That Seraphine ult could have actually changed this fight, guys. But they don't actually hit anybody with it. So they're trying to ult in, but it doesn't, it just completely whiffs.
Entirely wide, and that is the Smolder going down. They do get rid of the Olaf, but have they done enough? The flash over the wall from Viper.
Like, they kill Smolder, but Smolder is not really a threat at this point in the game yet. You guys know what I mean? Why are we engaging here? Well, they're engaging badly. Right? So we see the flash ult, but the Seraphine ult just completely whiffs it.
Breaking now on cooldown for the next couple of seconds, and Doran gets into.
And he's actually, they're doing the Shen Vi ult combo. But they don't actually catch the Ziggs out at all. But that was not a great combo. That was not a great combo. They didn't look like they were there. Guma could have flash ulted. Probably would have been better.
Does of course have the shadow dash and use that to get back over the wall.
Yeah, there's a lot of teleports available, Atlas. A lot of sums being used for Humble Life though. But if they get this dragon, that might be a worthwhile investment.
5
6
seconds.
seconds on Zeus.
Yeah, he
Zeka.
is going to be coming in very, very quickly. Is the Smolder. You're talking about the Viking as well. Humble Life Esports. I think this dragon does belong to them, but T1 can be T1 taking down.
I think Guma needed to hit that ult even if he had to flash in to get it.
For the Hextech Drake. And subsequent dragons are going to be more and more difficult for them to pick up because, of course, that's the league. What's crucial? Baron's going to be on the map next. And if you give Humble Life Esports any time, I think they kill Baron very, very quickly. Same can be said for T1 as we have a look at this fight again.
So here we see what's crucial is that the Seraphino doesn't actually connect all the way. Like it's the combo, right? Vi ults, Shen ults on top. And yes, they get Zeka, but I don't think Zeka at this point is worth diving that.
You have to CC everybody because the Olaf and the Nasus have to be able to deal damage to those targets in the back line.
The Seraphine doesn't actually get that dream ultimate where everyone is charmed and you do have a lot of time, so it ends up being a relatively even trade. Dragon going over to Humble Life is a colossal win. My main question is, can they punish the lack of sums? Because that is the one big advantage that T1 got out of that.
Yeah, well, Doran is going to have to use his dominance here, but does get the 90 gold from the cannon.
Gary should ult Olaf. Yeah, that's an, I mean, they have an option to do it either way, right? But I agree, he should ult Olaf because Olaf needs the shield and the Shen next to him during those fights. But really, Guma needs to hit that ult.
A bit of extra pressure on this map right now.
I really like the setup as well that is done by Hanwha, because the amount of control towards the top side of the map is pivotal. T1,
if they ever start Baron and Viper knows, don't they all just get exploded?
depends on
20 minutes, by the way. Zeka is
222. Oh man, he's so close. He got so many stacks off of that last fight. Because he was at 170 by 17, but now he's gonna get it off this wave. He's gonna get it here.
Will be able to freely stack up. Zayas getting to work on this bottom side. And the side laning, the split pushing, kind of working out here as Doran is going to rotate over. There we go. 225 plus has been achieved. As Doran does come in and gets a decent little combo.
Hey.
Be able to do.
off his.
Ash does get an ulti for his trouble. Shadowed last. Too much of a difference. Some could say Vision does go down. Viper does have his ulti up and available. Let's see whether he can actually connect it here. As T1 in position, the Achu comes down. There is the ulti onto the Smolder, the solar flare, just to get down.
Oh
Viper
no,
does have his ulti up and available. Let's see whether
he
can
flashes
actually
out
connect
with
it
the
here.
Shen ult on him.
T1
That's
in
bad.
position.
So check this out. Shen ult is on him. He catches Ziggs.
Ulti onto the Smolder.
There's a Leona ult coming down, right?
Viper does have his ulti up and
So there's a
available.
Leona ult from Delight coming down onto Vi.
In position, the Achu comes down. There is the ulti.
So that is the solar flare right there. So he flashes out of it, but unfortunately Owner flashes out, and that's when Shen comes in, and then Shen tries to, watch this, he tries to taunt Viper, but he's too far away, and he misses. Ooh, he literally gets just at the end. Just at the end, he doesn't have flash. Oh my god, the Vi ults are just so useless. Like, you have to commit to the play, man. If that Shen, like, you have to know that the Shen's coming in with you, because by flashing out, Zayas actually just bopped by, I mean, this is the unfortunate RNG of the Baron pit. Like, you get in here for the perfect Smolder ult, right? And then he just walks up and gets blown up by second Viper.
The Viking runs in and immediately pumps like a balloon. As T1 in position, the Achu comes down. There is the ulti onto the Smolder, the solar flare, just to get rid of
The Sarah ult also is basically useless. The Seraphine ult again.
As T1 in position, the Achu comes down. There is the ulti onto the Smolder, the solar flare, just
Like, it hits one, it just hits the Leona. Oh, man.
the Viking runs in and immediately
That's some bad team fighting from T1.
too much damage here, and it's a double kill for the Smolder as a result. Theoretically,
Feels
if
super
you have
desperate.
easier access to because obviously it's supposed to be on F, because it's F for
It's a classic T1 call, right? You get the advantage in the side lanes, you get pressure, and you just try and 20-minute Baron, and then you turn.
Closer.
There we go.
Or other buttons or something like that.
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay, Baron is going to get started up immediately. Vision does go down. Viper does have his ulti up and available. Let's see whether he can actually connect it here. As T1 in position.
The E, I mean, the Ziggs and the E from, or the W rather, from the Achu, the W from Smolder actually do so much work there, and then the ult. But man, like, what a disaster fight from T1, using 2 ults to go in and then having to flash out of your own engage, and you have no damage follow-up, and your damage dealers are just kited out. I mean, the 4 melees is really brutal. It's like 4 melees in Seraphine, man. It's bad. It's bad.
But you can see Viper able to keep them at bay. Still, Life Esports health bars are getting down very, very low. And I don't think they're going to be starting off a Baron.
Yeah, remember what we were talking about earlier, where like, oh, Olaf eventually, yeah, that's now. We've reached the point where he needs to get on top of them, and he just doesn't have the resistances. And this is, again, I think, a bit of an overstretch, because this isn't a dive composition. Like,
Oh, Vi flashing out. Yep, you're right. Doesn't extend the Seraphine ult. Dude.
be altered by the Vi.
Yeah.
One of them did, but the other one...
Yeah, Senna was banned, so they couldn't go Senna.
That's the big part of the problem. As the Dragon now up and available, Life Esports trying to get themselves on even footing when it comes to this Drake count. As I guess technically they have to, because Smolder's on their
Well,
team,
Senna
but
banned game 1, but
still,
not this one.
Want to recruit another.
Operation Owner V2.
Yeah, here we go. Looking for the angle. As the Hextech Dragon has been pulled out, the rest of T1 moving over. Delight is going to spot Owner here. As they take the Hexgate in, Zeus is going to turn up as now Peanut down to half health. Faker also having to flash to get himself out of the way, and Delight down to 50%. Solo player is going to connect. Gumishi doesn't find the ulti as Mega Inferno Bomb does a lot of damage to him, and now Hanwha, they get control of the Dragon. Owner down to 50%. Solo player is going to connect. Gumishi doesn't find the ulti as Mega
Dude,
Inferno
Gumas,
Bomb
the
does a lot
damage
of
he's taking in the
damage to
back
him,
line is crazy from that
having to flash to get himself out of the way, and Delight
Ziggs
down
ult.
to 50%. Solo player is going to connect. Gumishi
Oof.
doesn't find the ulti as Mega Inferno Bomb does a lot of damage to him, and now Hanwha, they get control of the Dragon. Owner is looking to move in, but he's not able to lock that one down, and look at
Why are Owner and Carrier going in, dude? I guess they think this is their only win condition, but it was only going to be, it wasn't even Soul. I think they literally just lost the game there because they wanted to, because they wanted to stop they wanted to get Soul Point. They're not even designing Soul Point. Like, why don't we just walk away from this? What the fuck? Why are we having the game turn on this Drake?
Just clean up. Faker is going to get permafrosted, and it looks like he will get chased down. There's just too much CC, too much opportunity.
It's as well. Owner.
Oh, doesn't find a Zenith Blade. Is now. Let's see whether the Olaf can actually get this one done. As Zeka just says flaps, and he'll get himself out of the way. Look at Viper. He's just standing on a satchel.
The kiting is very good by Hanwha.
Get CC no matter what happens, but the Smolder does.
Well, it's not Baron, I guess.
And the flash from Gumiushi.
Ooh, bad flash.
Going to be able to get that high seat, and I have no idea how they did
Okay,
it.
Faker, press that R button, please. Please, we gotta chunk through this. They're still at the ready.
Viper's still really scary here if he can get there in time.
For a red buff and then hopefully come in for a steal. Owner is going to be there, so it's going to be a 50-50. Viper is also there as well. This is real dicey.
Viper can do so much damage to them.
Going to get in there. There is Carrier over the wall with the taunt, but it's a little bit too early. They're going to look to try and take him down. The blast cone does come in. Peanut, can you actually get in there? It's the cease and desist. Peanut still surviving for such a long time. Mega Inferno Bomb not quite doing it. And now it's
Oh my god. Owner died because he went out of the pit. He went out of the pit to ult Sejuani, but he has no Q, so he can't go back in, and he just dies. Oh my god, this is so scary. Can Ziggs take this?
Let's see whether Viper can actually try and take this down. It's down to
Oh, can he burst it? Oh, he's got a satchel on it. Oh, the Q. That was ass clenching.
And just as it looks like Hanwha Life is about to close out their second game, we take a turn for the weird, Atlas.
I love it. Yakety sax, baby.
So this was a mess, right? Hanwha Life, very calm, very cool, very
Dude, they're like literally every Seraphine ult has missed. That one was flashed out, but
they just don't have the damage to actually get through these people.
dude, the re-engage here is so wild, I think, from Owner and Carrier.
It doesn't work. And then they overextend in the Guma, and it's easy to disregard the Seraphine, but Zeus, he draws a lot of cooldowns, draws a lot of attention, dies seemingly unceremoniously, and then watch this empowered Q there from Guma. Like, second smokes into it, Atlas!
Yeah.
It smokes into it!
And the Baron did so much work there as well. I think like Zeus really choosing his correct angle. It's down to 200. They could just use it. And it's been looking to get away.
I do really wish they just used the Nessus ult, because I feel like that could have been a lot less stressful.
Yeah.
Is it enough? I don't know. There's still an 8 and 2.
And
Mounted back so that Doran would walk into him. Which, they have Baron buff, like they can basically equalize the gold. Again, is that enough? I don't know. But they should be able to turn the look at the timers on the Red Bull Baron power play and the Hextech Drake. They should be able to get Soul Point. And if you get Soul Point with Seraphine and Nessus, maybe you can turn it around.
there's a possibility. And now it's time for us to talk about the scaling options of T1, I guess, because we have been doing that a fair bit for the smolder composition with the fact that Zeka is now level 16, has a bunch of stacks. Faker is also starting to get these stacks together, and you can see he was able to sort of rely on... No, it wasn't even a little bit. I think it was calm, calculated gameplay, Chronicler.
This is really big, because that's actually Hanwha that is able to get cryo here on mid-wave, so someone on T1 is going to have to catch that. And it's actually Hanwha Live that's going to have first move that is able to wake their way into the enemy jungle, as well as the river as, it's...
Surely T1 doesn't actually throw the game here again. Like, they don't need this Drake,
Yep,
guys.
That's what we find ourselves in, as the blast cone is going to be taken away.
I like how useless this Renekton pick has been, though. The legendary R5 Renekton. Renekton just TPs to mid.
To get the Renekton back into position.
Weirdly.
This is a lot of jockeying. We can see right now as the Achu going to be avoided there by Faker. Throws down the Spirit Fire. It's not doing quite as much as it was earlier in the game. As now Carrier possibly out of position.
Oh, he dodged a Q from Leona, Shen.
He started up this Drake.
God damn that damage, though. Forces to... Okay, now they can collapse back. They pushed him out. No flash on Shen. Okay, go for Drake, Hanwha. Dude, every time. Owner or Carrier's ult didn't do anything. They don't even get the Drake. Yikes. Now they're going to lose this turret. It's free.
They're technically still in this game, but like these smaller stacks are going to keep getting worse. I actually think Lockett is the problem. No, he's still kind of getting to the end of where he feels like he's at his strongest, even though he does stack infinitely. Eventually in League of Legends,
you need to be able to hit them with your cane.
Yeah, you just reach a point where, and that's even without Smolder, right? Which obviously is the worst nightmare in that regard. But even a champion like Ziggs, eventually you just reach enough percentage pen that you just kill Nasus before he gets to Q you twice as owner.
All right, Peanut just bypasses in the soul.
What is that?
Eventually you just reach
what is that?
Percentage pen that you just kill Nasus before he gets to Q you twice as owner.
He just sees owner use Q, and he's like, oh, well, if owner uses Q, is he going to ult me? No, I'll just Q over the wall and kill the Seraphine. Beautiful play by Peanut.
We're going to connect, and they get the priority target. Oh, man, I thought they were going to focus owner, but instead they get the Seraphine. The flash forward from Peanut to make sure owner cannot escape. They'll take his GA.
Guma literally couldn't play the game in game number 1 on Ashe, and like he can't do anything. He can't hit an ult on Seraphine this game.
Just got him a POG with that one. That was gorgeously played. Doran now looking to take down his brother actually in this moment.
Great play by Peanut though.
Just looking to hold the wave, but
catches him up. Mike doesn't flash, just ends up over to Hanwha.
Such a cute play.
2-0 lead for the second seed seems inevitable here. As we take it,
it's so beautifully
just so
set up.
Clean. It's so well done. Just bypasses him, hides the old animation in the queue, and Guma doesn't flash, just ends up dying immediately. And then Peanut flashes
Peanut with the flash Q too. Ooh, sexy.
Meaning that owner doesn't get out. Ends up going down.
Let's hear it from Peanut's perspective. Yeah, he just turned on a dime. Just said, oh no, we can just kill Seraphine. Oh man. Peanut really having an incredible day today. Incredibly important opportunity. In the bottom lane, who is just going to get chain CC'd. I mean, he's an Olaf.
That's Olaf.
So he doesn't really get chain CC'd, but he has to use it, and now he's able to take down the Leona. That's not your base gate, so getting out here is going to be difficult. However, both of them can make it over walls, and so Doran and Delight are just dead. That's a lot of D.
Hey, that might be enough for T1 to contest.
Well, Carrier's just going to flash to get the taunt onto Zeka.
Okay, just flash executes. There was nobody there to actually help.
From Zeka and he will be dead, although the flashes after him. 50% of anyone's health bar, so that would make some sense.
Everybody's just going to try and kill Zeka. Oh, he baited him. He baited him. I didn't even see that he had arm guard. That's so funny.
Straight out of the death chamber, straight back in again.
Zeka wins the mind games.
They don't. That's
I
just,
think that's a bridge shows that you barely even skip Mega Inferno Bomb. Just
this is it.
This one's over. I mean, having the Hextexel and Ziggs and Smolder is just against 4 melees. It's really unfortunate there was a Hextexel for T1.
With stopping him.
We're TPing. Okay, now that's just straight disrespect.
This is very weird. They really want to kill Faker as Viper is going to satchel him, and Faker is dead. So it did take a long time. Surely not. What? Long for the world. And so T1 loses.
I'm just saying the one way you lose this is they're
Okay, I'm just going to go get Baron. We can chain that into Elder if we actually need it.
But Ona doesn't have one of those, unfortunately. Down to the GA. Once again, second kitchen sink. The mom down have Baron to defend their base, and they utilize that to get a positional advantage around the Elder as Solar Flare is going to connect onto Faker. He takes the kitchen.
Dude, the damage even on Nasus is so huge. He flashes out.
Keeps him alive, but Ona doesn't have one of those, unfortunately. Down to the GA. Once again, Zeka just says, no, you're not ulting.
That GA is so useless on Vi.
You're allowed to do, and now the Viking trying to get on top of him, but Zeka's just not even taking damage. He gets a triple kill in the than anybody else. Looking for Faker. He won't be able to tank up that last turret shot, but he's still able to get the work done. And now Skirmishing.
Two Gosling has with the giant scorpion that everyone looks at like, man, I wish it could be that cool. That's Zeka this game.
Okay, third game, guys.
I think a Seraphine was definitely considerably worse, but that's not the problem, right? That's not why they're losing these games. I can only hope that for the sake of this series, at the very least in this game, T1 is going to get rid or pick a tiny...
All right, so we are going to take away the Rumble and the Azir for Faker. No Ivern for Peanuts, no Maokai, but we're probably just going to see a Sejuani again.
If they don't B1 it here, it just...
Okay, they take away the Ziggs. Finally, somebody takes away the Ziggs. Okay. Can Guma play this champion? Is Faker going to play this champion? Who knows? We take Vi again as it's up, and we're just going to take Kaisa, so we have backline assassination potential. So Vi Kaisa, their comp is dive. It's very clear now from Hanwha. They take Sejuani Smolder. Why are we taking Smolder into the dive composition? Isn't this just a Yone game? Isn't it just a Yone game? It's just a Yone game, ain't it?
The Yasuo, because I think that you can apply threat right from the get-go. But
it's just a Yone game. Like I guess this could technically be top, but if you see Zig Smolder, like, and you already have Vi Kaisa, I just take Yone here because Zeka's a fucking Yone monster. You get split push pressure and you have ultimate dive. Just play Yone. Yeah. Okay. So how do you live? Hanwha, play Olaf top. Play Olaf top, Hanwha. Do it. Do it. Do it. They banned the Olaf. Come on, man. Come on, Doran. Dolan, you play Olaf.
Zeka have been performing exceptionally, but I think even the Lights engages very much on point. Viper obviously have...
So they're banning engage supports. So Alistar? But they leave... Why? What? So they're taking away Kennen because they don't want Wombo? But if we're going to ban the Leona, don't they just take Alistar here? Like, Delight's a very good Alistar player. Or Rakan?
Wondering if they want to pick up
or Rel, whatever. What was the point of banning Leona? They didn't ban Braum. Ziggs Braum sounds pretty ass, though.
Even if you go for the quote-unquote counter pick with the Alistar, which Delight's a great Alistar, but you can't give the Ziggs team a Rel. Like, just don't do it.
Yeah, the Ziggs team giving it, that's a good point Chronicler makes. You can't give them the Rel, so you have to take the Rel away. I think they probably wanted to take Alistar, but I think you have to take the Rel so that you don't get Magnet stormed into Ziggs abilities and Smolder Qs.
Faker counterpicks the Yone. That's like the only other angle.
Could we have a Wind Brother off? That means it's a lot of side lane.
Okay, so why are we taking Camille here?
Really powerful.
Yeah,
we're blinding Camille?
I'm a simple man. You know, you have a lot of
are we just trying to take Camille away because we're afraid that if Doran gets Camille, then they can assassinate our Smolder Ziggs even easier?
Geometry, baby. That's what gets you across the line. what? No, Doran has actually
Oh, he's going back to the Jax. I mean, it's kind of whatever.
well on in the past. I think
It's definitely a Doran pick, but
into Zeus, and right now, as far as form is concerned,
Towards the Jax, but it's definitely can go either way. And again, it's very spin. So I'm happy. I just
the Camille feels weird with T1's composition.
cancel playoffs. I don't care.
you just really hated being going to be changing up his skin choice moving into this. There are some players that really like to stick to the one skin. Zeka and Deft is another great Peanut. One little bit of stack. On here, just going to walk past Zeus. Not sure whether that is the greatest of maneuvers.
Yeah.
As he is going to press Counter-Strike and then continue to get auto-attack and bomb. A very weird series of events there as Delight is just going to wander in. It is a equestrian battle between the two of them here. A mount-off, if you will.
Yeah. Quote, and neither the case were Rhea on the roam, while having Zeus get a little bit more experience means that he often in the 1v1's a little bit better, and when Zeus does well in the 1v1, T1 generally looks a lot more consistent. The downside is T1 knew this, when you swap, you are going to lose out in the play battle because of the resistances. I do think Ziggs makes it a little bit better.
Good question. Something that we may not necessarily have the answer to. If they do just steamroll this game, utilizing the Ziggs beautifully. If this doesn't go well for T1, then you'll have your answer.
Then we'll know, yeah.
As Zeka just trying to do his best to get as much farm as possible. Once again, you know, Faker on the Smolder going to be pretty happy with how this one's going. As Hummer Life Esports will be able to grab themselves yet another plate.
Okay, so we did the lane swap thing
With neither of these
here, guys, where we avoided like the biggest power trough of Alistair at level 1.
How to execute them. It obviously doesn't necessarily mesh that well with their style, but specifically putting Carrier on the roam while having
Peanut
Zeus get a little bit
doing
more
a
experience
strong
means that
side
he often
invade.
performs a little bit better, and when Zeus does well in the 1v1, T1 generally looks a lot more consistent. The downside is T1 knew this, when you swap, you are going to lose out in the play battle because of the resistances. I do think Ziggs makes it a little bit better.
Yeah, Ziggs must make it better because at least you can get some more damage onto the turrets.
If can play Ziggs, why not earlier?
Yeah, why not play Ziggs if can play Ziggs? That is a very good question. Something that we may not necessarily have the answer to. If they do just steamroll this game, utilizing the Ziggs.
Doran actually sticking around in this lane a little bit longer, trying to get some plates here. Zoning out Alistair and Ziggs.
His best to get as much farm as possible. Once again, you know, Faker on the Smolder going to be pretty happy with how this one's going.
Ziggs gonna be up in levels the XP though.
Will be able to grab themselves yet another plate.
Doran gonna be up in gold because at least he was able to get some plates.
Carrier avoids the bouncing bomb beautifully this time. And yeah, T1 going to be zoning
and get more demolished procs.
Doran has Demolish as well.
Yeah, the demolished procs are actually huge here.
Yeah, headbutt as Carrier just trying to get underneath the turret, so at least they can get some of the experience as Doran is going to tank a turret.
Ooh, 4 plates at 4 minutes. That's brutal, actually. But Camille did get a bunch of time solo in the top side.
For Hummer Life Esports, putting them at about 400 gold in the lead, but that's pretty standard.
So 4 plates to 0 is pretty enormous, and Jax will be able to TP to catch the wave.
It's going to be not great.
It's actually very well played by HLE.
Because he's going to have to TP back.
Having that demolish really worked out well for them.
And then TP back in. So now the question becomes, can either of the jungle impact his top half? Because yes, I know that the gold for Zeus isn't better, but like his lane state is very far ahead of Doran. Doran just hit level 3. Zeus is halfway through to 5. 6 spike is obviously absolutely ludicrous for the Camille. And Zeus again can trade as much as he'd like, because Doran does not have TP. So Hummer Life was able to get a lot of gold into Viper, and Doran actually got a decent amount of XP right through XP sharing, also uses Demolish towards the bottom half of the map. But he is going to have to pay for the price for that in the 1v1. Is that enough? That remains to be seen.
It's the classic Doran sacrifice.
They're increasing turret protection from 75% to 85% for top turrets in the next patch. I don't know if that actually changes anything, though, because teams have been fine, like, losing plates as long as they get, you know, lane swap. I think it was fine the way it was, and I don't think that's going to change anything.
Doran, with that wave bouncing back, wasn't able to get that many minions, as we can see. And Viper now looking to try and get out of the way, as that is going to be a stop on the recall. Don't know whether Doran really wanted to do that, as Zeus is going to hook shot over.
What's he doing, dude?
And yeah, that's a decent bonk.
He doesn't have
Doran-
TP.
Yeah.
If Pina was there, that would have been great, but you don't have TP. And Zeus does.
Well, he does have walk.
Why would you take a trade that you definitely are going to lose?
Do that.
Yeah.
Because
If there was an
you
injury
don't
there,
have
like
TP.
this,
You can't
that
match
would've been a
TP.
really good play, but now I just think it kind of misses the mark. Oh, I hadn't
Oh,
I
the
didn't
answer was
talk about
because
it
we're
yet. Next
TPing
one, just
Viper.
have
I
no.
didn't even
So
see
Vi-
that, guys. Viper is a genius. He took TP.
Viper actually has TP. So no
That's some
Captain Barry
fucking
there this
4D
time
chess
around.
there, guys.
And they TP'd Viper to catch that top wave. Doran
That is
still
some 4D chess
very,
by HLE.
very
I'm the
sad,
dumb
but
one.
Zeus hasn't backed.
Yeah, and he is very, very low. Zeka now in a little bit of trouble, but is able to snap back. Hextech ultimatum does come down as Mom gets angry as well. A lot of damage there, but there's the flash forward into the crash down. Zeka's going to get interrupted. It's a decent pulverize. This is burning, but he's... Ultimatum does come down as Mom gets angry as well. A lot of damage there, but there's the flash forward into the crash
It is
down.
shocking that
Zeke's
we're
gonna get
fighting this,
interrupted.
though, if
It's
we're
a decent
Hanwha.
pulverize. This is burning, but he's
Whoa,
survived.
Zeus not
And
dying
the
is
first
huge.
blood onto Pina, picked up by
Flash.
Skirmishing.
There we go. He dies.
Still,
All right.
the cleanup is going to be there. Delight likely to fall down, though, in T1. They're stacking up Faker at the same time and collecting some grubs.
And again,
Flash forward into the crash down. Zeka's gonna get
Pretty
Zeka now in
pretty
a little
whack
bit of trouble,
to
but
take
is
this
able to
fight, though.
snap back. Hextech ultimatum does come down as Mom gets angry as
They
well.
literally opt into a 4 versus 5.
Forward into the crash
They don't
down.
actually
Zeka's
use
gonna
the
get
advantage that they
interrupted.
created.
Decent pulverize. This is burning, but he's survived.
I guess they wanted
And
to
that
take
is
the
first
trade
blood
so Zeus
onto
would.
Pina, picked up by
Let me check on this. Hold up.
so no.
You can see.
So they see it's 30 seconds left, so they opt into this trade because they know that they're going to be able to TP the Kaisa into the top lane.
And yeah, that's a decent bonk.
Doran,
Yeah.
if Pina was there, that would have been great. But you
And then Zeus wants to clear the waves, which means he's not going to be able to recall and TP by the time that
Well, he does have walk.
the actual grub spawn. So they're what Hanwha's trying to do is they're trying to hit a timing window right now where Zeus won't be there. Like, he has to choose between being there with no mana and 50% HP or actually basing and TPing.
So Viper actually has TP, so no Captain Barry this time around.
Oh, true.
And they TP'd Viper to catch that top wave. Doran
Queues up
still
now, and so Peanut could have gotten out. So I just
very,
disagree
very
with this,
sad,
right?
But Zeus hasn't backed.
Yeah, and he is very, very low. Zeka now in a little bit.
I
of
disagree
trouble.
with this
Able to
because
snap
they
back.
actually
Hextech
do have
ultimatum
an
does
extra
come
player
down.
there, even though
Mom
Zeus
gets
is
angry
low
as
and has
well.
very
A lot
little
of
mana.
damage there, but there's the flash forward into the
Although he does
crash down.
nearly
Zeka's
die.
interrupted.
If he dies here, if he dies off that ignite, this fight is very different. Right? They only trade 1 for 1.
And that is first blood onto Pina, picked up by Gumayushi.
Well, Delight's probably dead either way, actually. So never mind. They still would trade 2 for 1 no matter what.
They're stacking up Faker at the same time and
I like the idea, but
And again, they can just TP Camille to whichever wave they'd like and overextend.
I like the
from
idea, but
Hanwha.
Hanwha still had no business being there. They could have just sent Jack's
Getting
bottom,
in here, Gumayushi
tried to
is
catch
gonna
him
be
up
able
in
to
terms
shove
of
them here
CS,
towards the top side of the map.
taken 1 grub and been good with it.
The attempt on Zeus's life there, even without his base, doesn't actually end up working out. Really big that he is able to get as much fruit as he does, dodges the Q, and then has the physical shield. So actually able to stay alive. That was a very optimistic E back in from him, but crucially, Zeka doesn't actually connect with the ultimate, so Zeus stays alive. And then the damage is there. Hanwha Life, with their dive, don't actually get their intended target, and then with the flash, Doran is able to take down the Camille, which is going to feel great for him because he really needed some help.
Yeah, but it
That
wasn't
1v1.
quite enough. The
I mean,
interruption
the problem
from
there
Fakefield,
is that Delight got the
by
kill.
Keria, absolutely amazing. Turns
Not
that into a
Doran.
Brilliant pulverize there as well. I think Keria having a great early game to start this one off as Viper. Yeah, he would have liked to have a Captain Barry opportunity there.
How long have I had these
Does not have
headphones?
it.
I don't know, years.
Still is going to survive. And even on farm right now, but that is going to change, especially as plates do start to
It was a
fall down.
clever idea. Like, I see what Hanwha was going for there,
And just start having a really good time. Ona moving down towards his bottom side as Zeus
but
take
you
not the
can't
greatest trade.
decide then to just kind of like push when your Jax is going by. I thought they were doing that just so they could like take a grub and then get some free time in the bot side.
This wraparound
Says doesn't
could
develop.
be absurd. They do know that
But it could have been a huge win had Hanwha played the team fight better.
A 2 versus 2. Peanut continuing to bide his time. As Zeus moving back to the tri-brush. There is the counter-strike. The chain CC's decent. Cease and assist comes down though. This is 2. This wraparound.
How did Peanut get there? This is just Peanut things, by the way. Uses pink ward to get into tri-brush. Owner doesn't see him. Oh my god. It's so good, guys. Peanut's on fire this series. This is why Peanut's one of my favorite players, guys. It's games like this.
Peanut continuing to bide his time.
And they herd him together. Oof. Doran really does have good macro sense. You can see from those last couple of plays. Peanut's shot calling continues to be amazing as well.
Oh, Peanut just continue locking down.
Peanut continuing to bide his time. As Zeus moving back to the tri-brush. There is the counter-strike. The chain CC's decent. Cease and assist comes down though, and that's Peanut locking down the kill. The cat and mouse there in that.
Why does Owner path to try? Yeah, I don't know why Owner's in tri-brush. I guess they thought they were gonna dive.
Peanut continuing to bide his time.
It's weird though, because Zeus is walking away from him. Now you don't expect Peanut to be there, but it is still weird that he's walking away.
Locking down the kill. The cat and mouse there.
That's a pick onto Zeus.
I would agree to Humble Life Esports here, as that Hex deck is going to be locked down, and Secret Agent Peanut exactly in the right.
I wonder what T1's plan was, though.
Is like if Zeus is ult, he can actually negate a lot of that damage, but he doesn't. So he just ends up taking way too much upfront burst, so he can't use the power of that Sejuani. With the Camille, as we all knew Delight wasn't really going to be in trouble there.
Yeah, did look annoying.
And now the top lane matchup is just equal, right? 2 assists there for Doran.
I think the items are pretty similar.
Well, actually, Doran has an advantage.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
a whole refillable potion.
I know.
That's crazy. We'll see by about a wave. Faker, too much from him. He's perhaps of this
for the turret push. Faker also roaming down towards the bottom half of the map, so that actually would enable out of this.
A lot of buttons.
Just clears the wave.
Up and available, and a lot of them miss from Gumishi there as well, so Zeker is still pretty healthy.
Again.
Oh god, we've seen this play before. Faker is rotating down. Delight's already here though. Teleport to come in from Doran or from Viper as both of them turn up. That is a phenomenal headbutt though from Carrier, trying to get them out of there, but Owner is in so much trouble. There's a killer instinct from Viper. He gets the big old shield. Peanut looking for the angle onto Faker, but he doesn't have any more gap close, and Faker's still looking to try and take him down. It's a double now though.
Oh no. Dude, I was watching Peanut. Peanut just lives this whole time. Watch Peanut. He flashes into the brush. He plays so well around vision here. Gets his passive shield back from E. Starts running away. Q's over the wall to try and put pressure on Faker. Faker turns around, but Peanut gets speed from the crab. Then he gets into the pink warded banana brush, and he's able just to get out. Ah. Oh.
Esports win the fight.
The coordination from Hanwha proves supreme again.
In much trouble. There's a kill. Come in from Doran or from Viper as both of them turn up. Oh god, we've seen this.
All right, Guma's just not part of this fight at all. It's another good call by Hanwha. They double TP in.
Teleport to come in from Doran or from Viper as both of them
again.
And the headbutt's used pretty early onto Delight here.
Rotating down. Delight's already here though. Teleport to come in from Doran.
Like it looked like the headbutt was used there by Carrier, but he just punts him into the wall. It looked like.
Doran or from Viper as both of them turn up. That is a phenomenal headbutt though from Carrier, trying to get them out of there, but Owner is in so much trouble. There's a killer.
Or is that the Q from Sedge?
There as well, so Zeker is still pretty healthy.
Again.
Oh god, we've seen this play before. Faker is rotating down. Delight's already here though. Teleport to come in from Doran or from Viper as both of them turn up.
Oh, the headbutt was on Jax. There you go. It's a nice play onto Jax. So he prevents them from counter-striking. But Zeka actually goes in with the ult there. I don't know why Faker... Even if Faker kills Peanut, he still dies, and it's not worth it. Ziggs and Faker are just a total non-factor in this fight. Like, Guma's just not there. Guma's ult is also at the start of this fight, and his ult doesn't do anything, really.
That is a phenomenal headbutt, though, from Carrier, trying to get them out of there, but Owner is in so much trouble. There's a killer instinct from Viper.
Could have gone worse. If that Jax hits the Counter-Strike and Carrier doesn't hit that headbutt, this fight goes even worse. But Faker should not be chasing this.
Still looking to try and take him down. It's a double now, though, and he just walks too far. Doran shuts down the Smolder, and Life Esports win the fight.
The coordination from Hanwha proves supreme again, Atlas. As the TP comes in from Doran, looks initially like they are down a member, and T1 take a big risk trying to force this play, even though it is being read. And it just backfires immensely. Now a Viper further ahead, able to make this last for a little bit, but like Faker isn't online yet. If that Smolder has damage, this could be a really big moment, but it just isn't. And then here, I think, understandably, T1 want to try and salvage it, but Faker just need to back off, right? Like, if you stay near Guma, Carrier's always going to die, but giving over another kill to Doran for a kill that you're just not going to get, chasing after Peanut,
Well, even if you do get it, it's just not worth the one for one.
Mistake, and now it's not quite the same in that they well-coordinated die.
The Winter's Wrath, and that means that he's going to be A-OK, no flash required.
He doesn't have cleanse. That would have been a kill. Or at the very least, force a flash. It's not happening. And Hanwha Life get the objective here as well. The TP Zek at the top, got the shove there.
That's going to even out the Grubs here, and means that both the Camille and this is going down advantage. But we also have Doran on 0 deaths and 100% kill contribution.
Is Peanut
this together? The T1 goes into the lower bracket earlier, and last time around, a difficult series, and fast. That feels great, but we'll just see whether T1 can weather the storm, because this time they're not the ones with all of the onus on them. Life Esports need to close this one out. Gonna go.
Okay, Viper.
Yeah, that's let's not walk into the bombs anymore. Maybe he was just testing it, you know, to see how much damage he takes. Hookshot going to come out.
I'd also love to hear the opinion of the space on this, but if there is a game where you're allowed to go,
said you're allowed to play. If you play in low ranks, Xerath
is a big fan of
character.
So I hope I'm not Ionia.
So Cloud Soul going to be pretty fucking strong for HLE, especially because they're running a dive comp that wants to chase you into your back line, right?
I think you'll probably be an Ionian. Maybe I will too. You never know. Maybe. But Diego is, and at 16.
We're just in the side lane pushing waiting pattern right now.
22 to 24 minutes. Only died once, so in that regard is Poor Soul walks up, and yet another reason.
Even in a row so far, there hasn't. He's played it, what, 3 games in a row?
He did also look like
not
the
have
best
been allowed. Yeah, only team to be able. Why they sort of left.
I just don't know what the Camille is supposed to do on this composition, guys. Like, what's the Camille's purpose?
Like deforestation to start things off as Doran possibly in trouble here. The teleport to come in or teleports, but no. Vipers is on cooldown. Zeka is going to turn up.
Why do we blind the Camille here?
Play interference.
I was actually really hoping, as Guma just accused himself, that they would TP Guma in and just satchel. Which would have been so cool. Yeah. It's like the turret's just gone. They get the turret anyway. I didn't really need to do that.
Now I think.
Okay, now we're gonna go for Drake. Let's see this next Drake setup.
Or on his Yone man. The only one. Yeah, well, that's as I was gonna say. The only one with more aura is Chovy, which doesn't come as too much of a surprise. 2 item spike being hit for both Guma and for Viper. Herald gonna go down mid. This is a must-win, I think, for T1, but Faker isn't that strong just yet. The light on a deep flank angle. T1 can still give this one up and just play for mid lane turret, but I think they really shouldn't. And they land a lot of poke. It's gonna be one of the
T1 and Carrier did a good job of retaking banana brush control here, but they don't have Crab, which is really a problem for them.
Just gonna go, and they don't have a lot of vision there. We see some question mark pings. I think they know.
Well, Peanut is
there he is.
Oh my God, Delight! How did he get over there?
Now as the Arctic Assault is going to miss, and now Peanut wants to find a priority target. Crashdown is going to be interrupted there, and
there's no good targets for them. Oops. Guma and Faker were not there to actually target. Uh-oh.
Zeka does find the angle though, and there is the ulti to come through. Mom comes down as well. Viper's thrown around the battle.
battlefield. They take down the Ziggs, but Faker is still at full
The thing is this Jax is gonna go crazy on them.
Peanut gets a huge shield though. Still the sneezing comes through, and Doran just picks up a triple kill.
Oh my god. All right.
Crashdown is going to be interrupted. Oh, well, in slang.
I think they have a suspicion because
Delight, though. This is actually very creative play by Delight.
Oh, they don't have a lot of vision there. We see some question mark pings. I think
They're like, where the fuck is Delight? So they can see the Vi, and then he just charges out of the darkness, galloping, zones Faker off to the side. But there is no follow-up here, so Delight's just kind of caught in no man's land. But also, Guma and Faker are zoned off on the flank. So they do end up with the pick, which is good. But then when we see the Camille go in, there is no actual follow-up. So what's weird here is there's no follow-up on the flank from Delight, but then there's no follow-up on the Camille ult. So he gets dragged forward because Kai'Sa flashes, and the rest of the team just can't get there. And then by the time they do, Zeka's positioning is huge here. Because Zeka actually just dashes forward, and then he uses R to peel for Viper. It's a huge play by Zeka, honestly. But because they were zoned off on the flank, the Smolder and the Ziggs are never really part of this fight, and they went to clear mid. This is a miscommunication. Like, why is Smolder walking up in mid right now if they're making the call to flash engage? Like, Smolder isn't even moving. Faker doesn't move. And then all of a sudden you have Vi and Jax on top of your backline. Huge play by Zeka, though. Huge peel by Zeka.
Still the sneezing comes through, and Doran just picks up a triple kill out of nowhere. That's an ace, and they're like, oh, heck with the dragon. We'll go take a Baron.
it's Doran that comes up.
Damn.
And I think especially that Ziggs ult, maybe wanted to hold on to that one, but this looks like
They used so much, too. They used Sejuani ult and Ziggs ult to secure that kill. And they try and keep... But look at Zeka here, dude. Look at this. Look at this play. He dashes into R, so he basically just sets up a massive zone for them.
Immediately blown up in the fight, doesn't get to do any damage, and then Faker's alone against Jax.
Oh, Doran.
And against Yone, so he just doesn't really get.
Zeka, Peanut, and Doran played that really well.
I imagine lots of thanks, guys.
Yep, and thanks Doran there as well. But also, like, at the start of that fight, Delight ate so many cooldowns. Mitigate a lot of the push. Zeus now moving in.
Thanks,
Yep.
guys.
What do you say?
And against Yone, so he just doesn't really get to do any damage. Doesn't have a stacks yet either. I imagine lots of thanks, guys.
I already said,
Yep,
I didn't hear what he
and,
said in
thanks
Korean.
Doran there as well. But also, like, at the start of that fight, Delight ate so many cooldowns.
Yeah.
And so kind of still did his job. All things considered, as there's a flash forward. They do manage to lock up Viper here, and they will be able to mitigate a lot of the push. Zeus now moving in. It will be the dragon taken, so Soul Point is going to come.
Why are we
through.
Camille ulting the
Great
front
knockup.
line?
There's the Glacial Prison going to be eaten here by Hummerlife Esports, but now Delight. Crashdown comes on back.
God, it's another huge Yone ult.
And it is just Zeka taking control. How do they make these
Zeka is fucking popping off, man.
He's almost out of cooldowns. He finds one last pulverized, but this fight is done. And even with how great knock up. There's the Glacial Viper here, and they will be able to mitigate a lot of the push. Zeus now moving in. It will be the dragon taken, so Soul Point is going to come on through. Great knock up. There's the Glacial Prison going to be eaten here by Hummerlife Esports, but now Delight. Crashdown comes on back in. The ultimate, and it is.
It's so gross that they catch Faker out here, too.
Great knock up. There's the Glacial Prison going to be eaten here by Hummerlife Esports, but now Delight.
Like, they're actually just intentionally lining up. Delight, though. Look at this.
To come on through. Great knock up. There's the Glacial Prison going to be eaten here by Hummerlife Esports, but now Delight. Crashdown comes on back in. The ultimate. And
Oh, my God. Peanut comes over the wall, too.
how do they make these things happen?
And he gets the heal from Sundered Sky. Oh.
But this fight is done. And even with how
Why is Faker walking up here?
going to be eaten here by Hummerlife Esports, but now Delight.
Like, it's unlucky he doesn't get the execute because Delight gets a shield. But, like, Doran just jumps in, and they wombo them with Counter-Strike and Yone ult. Faker was asking for that, man. Like, you know Yone has ult up still. You can't just, like, walk into a line. It's a good combo with the Rel, though. I don't know why Faker was there.
He's almost out of cooldowns. He finds one last pulverized, but this fight is done. And even without...
And also, power in this draft again. Counter-Strike is insanely strong. It's fine. Sets them up, and then the free just not respecting, and they're lining up.
We wasted Camille. We wasted Camille and Sejuani ults on a fucking Rel. And the thing is, Rel still gets her combo off because she's not executed because she gets the shield. Great turn by Delight. But the lineup was so perfect for Zeka on his ult. 200 guaranteed for Worlds already? No. No, they are not.
Sorry, one of Zeus, Faker, or...
if they don't make the final in LCK, which they still can because they're just in losers bracket now, if they don't make the final, they have to play in the gauntlet. But they're guaranteed at minimum a slot in the gauntlet. If they make the final, then they go. They'll make Worlds, guys. It would be very shocking if they didn't make Worlds, because like they are probably like, it's pretty clear that they're at least the 4th best team in Korea. I don't think they're going to lose to KT or BNK Fearex in the gauntlet.
Esports looking to repeat what Genji did yesterday.
I mean, they smoked KT pretty convincingly in a best of 5 already.
Very, very powerful here in the LCK. Teams waiting in the wings will mean that T1 not out of it. If they lose this game, they will have to face off against a D+ that did just struggle against Genji yesterday. An opponent that they have been able to dispatch more recently than not. Life Esports have been able to best T1 both times of asking here this season, and look at that gold advantage. 3.7k for Doran. That is a ludicrous amount of money. All right, Blast going to try and get them back in here as there's the Void Seeker. Viper taking matters into his own hands, and Goomer's just dead. There is nothing that they could do about it. Now Carrier's in trouble. The fate is going to get sealed, and even is able to queue out of the way of the Glacial Prison that was lying in wait. They are still taking a bit of damage here as more Void Seekers funnel on through. Right now, and
that's satchel.
Look at the vision line encroaching onto T1.
As we take a look here.
Oops, he used his satchel on the turret. And then he just gets ulted by the Peanut, by Vi and Kaisa. Oops. And then we miss our place prison. Well, not a great showing from T1, guys. Lots of missed abilities, lots of bad team fighting, but credit to Peanut and Zeka, man. They look great.
Going to go Zhonya's next. So like
Doran also popping off this game.
Has a good amount of AP scalings.
Zhonya's 4th feels kind of unfair, right? Because it's like all of his items kind of do more damage, but they're also kind of...
It helps.
4th out.
I was trying to... Like, look.
He's going to be here, and Viper just pops him. That is going to be Ona now in trouble. The Crashdown still gets the CC, even with the headbutt, and they're still going. Faker, he's going to go golden, but that is just to watch as the bad guys encroach. He can't get through the base gate as Doran's going to be able to lock him down. That is Viper dead once again, but he's been bait this whole game. And Zeus, I think they're just going to say...
I don't know what this Camille was supposed to do. I still don't know what this Camille was supposed to do. I think this blind Camille was really bad.
That they are, in fact, and by...
Like, Camille against dive comps just feels really bad. You need it to be in a dive comp.
Coming down, Void Seeker not going to find the mark, and that would have been a killer instinct immediately there from Viper. He has no regard for his own life whatsoever. He just wants to... Now, Void Seeker strikers Skirmishing onto Owner as Zeka. This, never mind, he's absolutely fine. Unbinds the soul, and Peanut going to get headbutted back.
Doran on the flank. Oh my god, forces flash on Guma. Oh! They Sedge ulted him, but now Kaisa gets into the back line and rips you a new asshole.
just massacring them, and the wallets, they come down hard. And that is going to be another ace, and that will finally be the win here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Clean ace, Atlas. As Hanwha Life stamps an end to this.
Well, guys, fun series today. So here's how it's going to go next few days. We are not going to stream tomorrow, but basically, as you guys know, we are going to have Genji versus Hanwha tomorrow. So on Sunday, I will stream Genji versus Hanwha, and then later on that evening, we will see D plus versus T1. So we will do that. Well, I'm going to watch that live, but not a live viewing. And then I'll do the Monty and Wolf show the next day. So Genji versus Hanwha stream on Sunday. Maybe something else also if we have time. So, and then next week we'll catch up on LPL finals and some LEC finals for sure. So that's the plan, guys. Catch you later.